there we go. In a 2-month reading spurt, you don't recommend it to many people? I mean, you know, it's like I talk about this sometimes. My dad read all of Dune. Like, he read Dune from end to end, at least for what existed at the time. And when the last book came out, before the prequel ones and the other ones came out, when the last book came out, he literally threw it out the window and left it in the backyard for a week. That's how my dad felt about the end of Dune. And so I'm like very cautious about reading long running series from end to end. Like, my dad wasn't thrilled about the end of Dune. Like my dad read, I'm pretty sure that was the 6th. It was either the 6th or the 7th. I can't remember. All I know is his description, I will be vague, turns the TV off, is what I would say. Reading the never-ending source of Warhammer books, it just doesn't end ever. I mean, it won't. You went a little too plain, and Frank had the heart of the universe. Yeah, I mean, like, Frank created the universe, right? I mean, I've listened to the first book of Dune in audiobook and thought it was lovely. I have a really nice copy of it, and I would like to read it again because I haven't listened to it in a very long time. But I kind of have no interest in the sequels at all, for whatever that's worth. Like, I don't know. I will probably reread Dune sometime in the next few years, and I don't know. I don't really see myself reading beyond the first one. There is a TV series. There is the movie by why am I blanking on the name of the Twin Peaks guy? David Lynch. There was the David Lynch movie. There was the more recent movies. There was that other movie. And then there was that other movie that tried to happen and never happened. There was also a made-for-TV movie. There's at least like 4 or 5 movies. There's a lot of adaptations of Dune, turns out. I do have to say that the funniest part about Dune to me is how everybody has like the most normal, boring people names. Like, nobody has interesting names. Duncan, Idaho. I don't know, man. It's true. It's like Frank Herbert, for like all of his incredible skills at world building, terrible at naming characters. It's like he literally just like it's like the bit from Over the Hedge when the squirrel just points at the hedge and goes, "Let's call it Steve." Like, that's how I feel about most of the characters' names in Dune. It's just like Bill. Names are hard. I don't disagree, but like for such a celebrated universe, it's like, okay, sure. For every like really out there crazy name, you have Duncan. I don't know, man. Like, they might as well have named somebody John Doom. Or John Dune, rather. His last name is Estate? Sure. My last name is a state of mind. What? House Atreides gets the boring ones. Sure, but like, I just think it's really silly and kind of jarring. That's all. I mean, as far as the Dune movies go, I've seen the first 2 of that 3-parter, and I know there's a trailer for the 3rd one. I'll watch the 3rd one because I enjoyed the first 2 of them, but shrug. I'm kind of looking forward to that director going off and making something else. It's around 1980. Yeah, makes sense. Find them. Makes sense. Then the normal names in the Forgotten Realms novels. I don't think I've ever read any of those, so I'll just believe you. Had way too much monologue. You mean, so when you say the original movie, do you mean the David Lynch one? Brucey? Because that sounds about right for David Lynch. The funniest Doom adaptation is a 2001 video game that was so bad it bankrupted the studio. It was one of the worst 3D modelings I've ever seen. Okay, so which one? Because there's the RTS games that were good for RTS games, but maybe not the best Doom movies. There was the point and click adventure, which I remember being interesting. There was the Game Boy game that never released. There was a racing game. Oh, literally like Frank Herbert's Dune, the video game? Oh, hold up, I need to look at this. There's kind of a lot of Dune video games. Oh my gosh. Oh no, okay, I've seen this. Cryo Interactive. What else did they make? Okay, so they became a publishing brand and then went under after that. Interesting. Huh. It got a 1 out of 5 by Computer Games Magazine. Has a 48 on Metacritic. Metacritic. Well, there you go. Are they not, like, carnivores? I'm pretty... I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure they're carnivorous, where they, like, need to eat animals. You can still plant stuff. If you make meals that include meats, they'll probably eat those. Because that's the case for adventurers. You know, honestly, nah. Not everything needs to be a licensed IP. Not everything needs to be that, Brucey. Someone could make an overhaul mod for Dwarf Fortress, which would be pretty cool. A very long time ago, I played it on PC. It was okay. I don't have as many fond memories about the Dune RTS games as I think a lot of other people do, even though they were very important games for their time. I played them late, that's why. You are the messiah of the world in Dwarf, not a game of it. I'm confused. Okay, sure. I'm not sure what you're saying, but I'll go with it. You miss Westwood? I mean, most of those guys are at Petroglyph now, right? Like, if you miss Westwood, go support Petroglyph. They're doing cool things over there. It's like Westwood has, like, largely formed into... Or, like, the people that worked at Westwood have largely all gone off to other studios now. And if Westwood still existed, like, it's not like they would still be the same people there. Yep. They have Frank. Well, Frank is kind of a... I think Frank... what's the word? Frank is doing mostly freelance work, but does work with Petroglyph. So, you know. Well, yeah, I mean, he has his, like, part-time band thing that he does, but no, Frank Klepacki does work on various things, but does work with them. What about Bullfrog? Bullfrog is, like, again, like, don't miss Bullfrog, because if you miss Bullfrog, go support the people over making the 2 Point games, 2 Point Studios. Like, Bullfrog is basically 2 Point Museum, 2 Point Hospital, like these games.
This is the museum audio.
Like, this is Bullfrog. Like, the dudes who were at Bullfrog who designed those games are still making those games. They're just doing them with Sega now at 2 Point Studios. Right? Like, they made 2 Point Hospital, which, did quite well. They made 2 Point Campus, which did okay, and 2 Point Museum, which apparently is doing very well, that people really like. So that's good. And for some reason, it's $1 and a bit cheap. It's $2 cheaper than the others. I don't know why, but yeah, like this is like what these are the dudes from Bullfrog. Plus, obviously, like new minds and talent, right? Oh, good luck, Kundefolder. Or Kundefolder. So, when it comes to a lot of those studios, it's like saying that you miss, like, BioWare. It's like, well, sure, but you miss optimal BioWare. Like, a lot of those people aren't working there anymore and wouldn't be even if it was still in the same state that it was back then. Of me describing Wheel of Time as One Piece for fantasy readers. Is Wheel of Time still ongoing, or is it finished? So if it's still ongoing, then I would actually agree, but with myself with that statement. But Kerberos Productions is like perpetually broke.
Esteemed guests, welcome to 2 Point Museum and a look
Shush.
at some...
Stop it. Where is it? Yeah, they have the issue of being perpetually broke. Because like they released the Sword of the Stars Complete collection, and then Sword of the Stars 2 is like a famously non-functional game. Like when that game released, the version that released was actually broken. Like, not good. Like, it was to the point where there was a petition for a while for them to either patch it or take it off of Steam, like, and give everybody a refund. It was that, and this was like before Steam had a refund system. So like, Sword of the Stars 2 was bad when it released, and then they eventually released the enhanced edition, which made it function, but I don't even know what this is, but it's mostly negative. And then Kaiju A Go-Go wasn't good. Don't know what that is. Sword of the Stars, The Pit Infinity was a first-person shooter spin-off of Sword of the Stars, The Pit, which, I don't know. Also, I don't know. Also, I don't know. And then The Pit 2 is not great. Like, it's very unfinished. And then The Pit was like a weird flash in the Pit was a weird flash in the pan thing that I can't even find it. There it is. It was like a weird flash in the pan thing, which I don't think was great, but did pretty well. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I've had some conversations with people where it's just like, I don't know how they're still in business in some ways, because like they've had like a game or two that did all right, and then like everything else just went like straight to a wall. To get work? I mean, how long has The Pit 2 been in early access now? 2021, so 4 years? Like, when The Pit 2 released into early access, I played it. that might actually be one of the worst examples of an early access release I have ever seen. Like, I had nothing good to say about it. Like, I am also, you know how you're saying that you're still waiting for the Pit 2 to get updates? It's nice that Steam does this now. The last update made by the developers was over 21 months ago. 21 months ago. I have a feeling you're going to be waiting a while. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. I mean, they've got 75 mostly positive reviews. I'd be willing to bet they're making lunch money off that game at this point, if that. Like, it might buy them a coffee once a month. Like, they're probably selling single digits, if that. Yeah, absolutely, because X has sold very well. X4 Foundations has sold very well. And they're like a not huge studio, so they can absolutely do that. Although, please don't go on and say that, like, they're not charging money for things, though, Brucey, because X4 does, in fact, have 216 Canadian pesos worth of DLC. And now, I do realize a lot of this is soundtracks, but that's a $20 DLC, 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 that's a 10, whatever this is. Whatever that is, I don't even. I'm sure they're fine. I'm fine. I'm sure that they're fine. But that's still 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. It's still $100 in DLC. Not even close to Sims 4. Not even close to Sims 4. Although Sims 4 gets away with it because it's free to play. Like, the base game for Sims 4 has, like, hundreds of hours of content. Yeah, not even close to Sims 4. By, like, a factor of 10. But The Sims 4 gets a kind of a bit of a pass just because it's free. If it wasn't free, like, yeah, I'd get it. Also, you know what's weird to me, speaking of free games? I'm weirded out by the fact that people seem to like Skate. Like, it's developed a community and people like Skate. I'm kind of impressed by this. Cannot beat Train Simulator for DLCs? Well, one, it's not a contest, and two, not all DLC factories are created equal. I mean, I always feel the need to, like, justify my takes on DLC, but it's like, you know, quietly iRacing is more expensive than any of those, but that's because it's an enthusiast product. When you get into, like, niche markets and enthusiast products, you can, like... This is how you know that iRacing is expensive. You go to the iRacing page on Steam and you scroll down and it just says subscribe to iRacing to be billed on a recurring basis. And it just says intro offer. It doesn't even give you a price. It's like, well, okay, you could do the $12.99 for a month and then $17.99, or you could do the $71.99 for 6 months and then $96 for 6 months, or you could do the $109 for 12 months and then $155 for 12 months. But once you're in game, then you need to buy tracks, cars, and pay to enter races? Like, that's just to download the fucking thing. You were just a bad driver? Well, yeah. Like, iRacing is the serious game for nerds. Like, if you don't have, like, a racing setup, like, what are you even doing? Although, what's really weird to me about iRacing is they put out Exocross, like, a few years ago, which is a legit, like, sci-fi off-road racing game, which just kind of baffles me. Like, what the fuck? Like, it's just somebody at iRacing was like, let's make this weird off-road thing. You just couldn't handle it, so fair enough. You should have played Assetto Corsa, I guess, Brucey. I hope so, too. Shadow. In YouTube chat. Also, hello, Clint, in YouTube chat. Oh, did he? Apparently, why am I blanking on his name now? Tiberian Sun Band guy put out some music or did some of the music in Tempest Rising. Yeah, I don't know. I think, like, to me, when I classify a game as, like, in my head, a enthusiast niche product, like flight sims, you know? And you are building a game or a product, and I put Train Simulator in the same boat here. That is a thing that you are going to make an extremely specialized, specific thing that 200 people are going to buy, or 500 people are going to buy. You have to charge money for it. You can't do that cheap. And to me, it makes sense why the DLC is so ubiquitous and expensive for something like Train Simulator, because it is a niche enthusiast market. Shrug. Like, no, both of those are like massively popular mainstream products, practically in comparison to what I'm talking about. Nutty Wombat. Whereas, like, Frank Klepacki, yeah, that's his name. I don't know why I blanked on his name. I was going to Frank Herbert. I was like, that's not his name. What the fuck? But so, like, iRacing is in that category. Like, DCS is in that category. To a degree, Assetto Corsa and Flight Simulator are in that category, but not quite, because they're a little bit more accessible, right? Like, a normal human being could play those games. Whereas something like, another good example of this is, like, the guy Gitsby Games. And there's a few people in my chat who play these, and they're like, well, actually, this is like a fucking video game that is $106.72 Canadian. I don't know what that converts to, but, like, if you're playing Gary Gridsby's War in the East 2, you are that person, and that is worth the money to you. And, you know, this is a game that is going to sell, what, 12,000 copies maybe? And in order for it to be worth making, they have to charge more so that they can afford to make the next one. Or whatever they're doing next. What? How do I turn off Steam autoplay? It's driving me nuts. But that being said, it gets shaky when you get to games like... I'm just looking at Crusader Kings now. It's like, it gets a little shakier when you get to bigger, more mainstream things. Like, this feels a little bit more gougy to me than iRacing or Train Simulator. Or, like, X-Plane. Just because, like, this is a game that just sells well on its merits to a much larger audience of people, but they probably have a bigger team working on it. So then you kind of have to balance that. You know, it's like another example of this is like, I don't know, again, RimWorld. You know, like this is a game that sells so well on its merits. They don't, in order to stay in business, they don't need to charge a full game for their DLCs. They don't need to. They do because people buy it, not because they need to. Like, they're doing just fine on flat sales alone. An example of this would be, you know, Terraria. You know, it's a game that sells well enough on its own merits that it can just sell a $6 soundtrack and be good. Yeah, like Dominion 6, right? Does Dominions do DLC? I don't think it does it? Yeah, no, exactly. But, like, again, Dominions, like, Illwinter Game Design is 4 people and contractors, right? Like, they're not a huge studio. So, like, they charge a little bit more for their game. They don't do DLCs, and they know that it will just do well enough that they're good. And then in between the bigger game, they make the smaller game, which is running on largely the same tech with reusing a lot of assets so that it's cheap to develop, and they make that. So it's like they've got the complicated game and the less complicated game, and... Shoutouts to TB. Lull away. New optional content? Optional is only optional to a point. I think actually a good example of like getting around gouging is what Borderlands has done. And here I am defending Borderlands, a franchise of games I don't like. Borderlands has $1 bajillion worth of DLC. However, in Canadian dollars, this is gonna play a trailer at some point, this used to be way higher. You wanna know why? Is because at one point, they just took like the $300 worth of DLC skin packs and small things that they had, and they crammed them all down into like a $30 pack. To me, like, that is not gougy, because you put things out piecemeal as they're ready for the people who are actively playing it, and then once you're done with the thing, or once you've gotten to a point where it's getting ridiculous for people to get into it and have everything, you just combine it all and say, here's a bundle. To me, that's the way to do it. And they did that with Borderlands 3, too. Oh, Dominions is Conquest of Elysium and Dominions, not Songs of Six. Songs of Six is a different dev. Versus large ones who needs to get paid regularly. Yeah, no, absolutely. It comes down to operating costs for sure. But, like, there's a lot more people working on Borderlands than there is working on Paradox games. Like, to me, Paradox is gougy feeling. From my perspective, as somebody who doesn't play those games, it feels like they've turned up the dials on pricing. It feels like they've turned up the frequency of DLC releases. And it feels like the amount of content they put out, just based on vibes, is lower, resulting in upset, if that makes any sense. That's maybe the best word I can come up with off the top of my head. From an audience of people, because I think there are other parts of Paradox that are kind of dumb. Capital D. U-M. No B. Just dumb. Like, they've made a lot of very questionable purchases. They've done a lot of very questionable things. And I wonder what their checkbook looks like and what their bank accounts look like. If they're completely in the green, you should try to keep your audience as happy as possible. And if that means giving them a free thing every now and again, or giving them a big thing that could be an expansion pack but isn't, or if that means taking expansion packs that have already been released and then putting them together into a sale pack to sell it to new players who are just getting in at a lower price to incentivize more new players, you would try to do goodwill gestures like that instead of just trying to milk it, if that makes any sense. Like, there's a difference between making money for the sake of making all of the money and trying to continue your business and goodwill. And I think that Paradox is doing a very good job of, like, barely skirting that line. But every single time people talk about Paradox in my chat, I just see so much of that discontent and, like, malice. I'm pumped out senseless DLCs. Certainly. Jesse, thank you very much for the 26 months. Welcome back. You play City Skylines, which was Paradox. Definitely gougy, but I will say that they still gave good updates and additions. Sure, Paradox, like, City Skylines is a little bit of a different thing, at least back in the day. I don't know about its status now, just because it was a different studio. I don't actually... Yeah, no, like, Ice Flake is now working on Skylines too. I don't know. City Skylines, I feel very mixed about. I don't think they should have made a sequel to City Skylines, but that's just me. I think they should have just made Cities in Motion sequel, but maybe I'm biased. Oh yeah, I can't say anything, but I have been playing this, even though this isn't out yet. Can't say anything, but... Anybody else who publishes comparable games? Yeah, outside of, like, you know, weird niche side projects and things. Is Corsair Cove any good? Well, one, I haven't played it yet. I just have it in my library. I need to look at when the actual embargo for this is up. Like, when I can stream it. I don't actually know. I presume I can stream it because Cringer streamed it. I don't know. I was planning to look at it. It looks pretty. I need to see how it runs. I need to actually activate it, though, because I haven't activated it. Hold on. Let me, like, look at the actual embargo for that. Like, when is that streamable? Astronauts hurt my brain when I first installed it, but that was because I bought it right when it went into early access. And it shipped with a massive PDF. Oh, I see. Okay, so gameplay content coverage is the 16th, and the full embargo lift is the 28th. So you can play it without saying what you think about it, but next Tuesday you can just stream it freely. So I can't say how it is, even though I haven't played it yet. So I don't know, maybe. You love it when games include a PDF? Not when it's 180 pages long. All of that text is in the game now, though, when it comes to Astronauts. I will be playing Astronauts, though. I might actually stream some Astronauts today. What was the name of that game? Hold on. There's another game that I have in my Steam not my Steam wish list, my Steam library, that I started playing and then ended up reading the manual and not playing it. This game. So Starfleet 2 was supposed to be a Star Trek game, but then didn't get the license. It came out in 1989 and got a huge patch which fixed a lot of bugs and performance issues, and then was released onto Steam, and it's like $10. If you like a manual for a game, let me fucking tell you about a manual. Let me just open up this. So, how many pages is this? 207. Oh my god, it got longer. It was 160 the last time I looked at this. It's got a table of contents. Where's the flavor text started? It literally starts off saying, fucking sit down and do push-ups. Oh, this is like the actual tutorial. I get it. Maybe they wrote that stuff out of it. I'm not seeing it now. Because there's like chunks of it that are written like in character, and it's wild. There's like fucking ground combat and shit in this game. Rule the Waves, yeah. Rule the Waves is one that comes up every now and again. Oh, maybe this is it. No, it's not. Yeah, I don't know where that intro thingy was. Maybe it's all the way back at the beginning. It's got multiple authors on this. That's funny. Yeah. I don't know. Need to like skim the whole thing again. Let's start a playthrough. Seems simple. I mean, it's probably one of those like you just are doing like constantly tabbing over and doing Control Fs to figure out where you were. Somewhere maybe those are in character. I don't know. That's a weird thing if you want to go buy it and just explore it. This feels like the worst way to teach someone about a game. What, just here's a PDF? It's kind of useful if you can just do a Control F anywhere in the PDF, right? Yeah, I wonder how large the people are bringing up Aurora 4X a bunch. I wonder how large the manual would be for Aurora 4X, because I don't actually think it has one. 6.0 or 6.5, what, for Shadowrun? I know very little about Shadowrun, to be honest. Tutorial level is when you die 5 times, then realize that you have a jump higher button. That's the tutorial level in NES games. I've played Delta V Rings of Saturn. That was a neat little game. Neat little game. I do really respect eBrother in YouTube chat who mentioned Delta V Rings of Saturn. That I do really respect that they have two DLCs for that game. One is just anime, and then the other one is furries, and the furries one is twice as much money as the anime one. And it just changes all the character portraits to either furries or weebs. It's like there's 2 like supporter DLCs for that game. One is just anime and the other one's weebs. Or one of them is furries and one of them is anime. And so you can just like have an anime vibe to your game, or you can have a furry vibe to your game, and the furry DLC is almost as expensive as the base game. It's like they know. It's very funny. I got a chuckle out of that. I like a troll DLC for a video game, and that shit's kind of funny to me. It's like, we know that y'all are just gonna mod this in, so there you go. There's our official version. It was basically a full NASA Apollo 11 manual. Oh, really? Jesus. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do today is I'm going to retire the previous fort. Nothing against it. I'm just bored. Like, quite literally, like, I had this vibe all day yesterday, and I was just like, this ain't working. So, Pebble Brain, we're gonna say goodbye. I'm going to do a hard save, though, just to keep it. But, that's the plan, is I'm going to retire this fort. It's nothing against it in particular. I think the fort was going just fine. I had some fun characters, but sometimes I just get bored of a fort, and I'm just bored. I couldn't quite figure out what it was yesterday, but for 1.5 hours already? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, we do slow starts here, man. That should come with a PDF. I feel like Neo Scavenger has enough, like, base instruction at the beginning to be okay at this point. Oh, no, I'm not going to generate any worlds. Arc the Great. We're just going to stay in this one. Wait, fire elemental spawns surrounded by a water? Can dwarves fight a so there really isn't fire elementals in Dwarf Fortress? Are you referring to like a fire monster? Like a Forgotten Beast type thing? Because, yeah, they can. I just shoot it with bolts at range, and it'll just pop. Like a bubble. It'll just pop. Should I retire this fortress or abandon it? Chat says retire. Okay, I'll retire it. I'm bored. Lumeria Spears. I'm bored. That's why. I think we can all relate to just getting bored of a fortress, except the difference for me is I need to come up with an excuse as to why I'm bored. But I don't really have an excuse. I'm just bored. I think I took too much time off of it. Sometimes when I go on a short vacation or I go away for a few days, or I work on a video or I don't stream, I try to end a fort before I leave so that I can ramp up into something new. But when I take a long break from a fort, I just it's really hard to go back to it. But yeah, you really, really need ranged combat to deal with Forgotten Beasts that are on fire. They can't leave the map, so it's still there. It might just be out of sight, per Tito. But you could drop something on its head, or you could take Mark's Dwarves over there and shoot it, or Bolt Throwers and shoot it. Fire Beasts are very fragile, but they're very deadly in hand-to-hand combat, so if you can get it at range, you'll have a much higher chance of winning the fight. All right, so now that I've retired the previous fort, let's start a new world in the same fortresses. Or let's start a new fortress in the same world. Because we are attempting a very old challenge. Now, this challenge that we are attempting is a pretty well-known one. It's on a pretty well-known portion of the wiki, is what I should say. This is the playstyle challenge portion of the wiki. Now, the playstyle challenge in the wiki is a selection of old challenges. Now, you do need to keep in mind this is a portion of the wiki that's been ported from 2014 and hasn't been updated much. So some of these need to be slightly modified in order to be properly playable now, but we're going to do the This is Sparta Fort. So I'm going to read this out, and if somebody wants to clip it, that would be awesome. But here's the long and short of it. I'm going to move my head so I'm not blocking as much of it, and I'm going to shrink me down a little bit. Set your population cap to 300. We can do that. This used to be a big deal back in the day because it would make your game lag a lot, but these days it's not so much of a deal, but we are going to try and get 300 dwarves. At least half your fortress population must be active in the military. So basically all male dwarves need to be in the military. Crossbows and traps are forbidden. So when they say traps, and chat, you guys can clarify this. Traps mean stonefall traps, weapon traps, cage traps, etc. That's what that means to me. If chat would like to clarify anything, you can if you want. Only spears, swords, wrestling, helmets, helms, shields, and shields may be equipped by the military and used to fight. So I assume, because I don't see anything written about this, I should be able to use... Actually, it's up to you guys. Am I allowed to use siege weapons? Simple question. For bonus points, all weapons and armor must be made from bronze. I actually need to look at what alloys I need for bronze, which is a little awkward. Civilian dwarves have all labors enabled. That's a bit irrelevant now, but I can make that more relevant. I can literally add all labors to everybody, with the exception of the ones that require uniforms. Or I could set it up so that all civilian dwarves are either miners or woodcutters. I could do it that way. I won't do that for fishing, though, because then the game would be unplayable. Did Spartans use siege weapons? That's a good question. Because, like, siege weapons aren't specified in here, because this is out of date and old. Maimed dwarves perceived to be, and we could also edit this too, which is fun. Maimed dwarves perceived to be incapable of being fully healed must be killed. This includes spinal injury in military dwarves. I would say, yeah, no bolt throwers, but I feel like catapults and ballistas should be fine. I feel like they should be fine. Could be interpreted to forbid sock. True. Devise methods of dropping liaisons down pits during meetings and yell "This is Sparta" at your monitor, preferably the elven diplomat when he tries to set your tree limit. I will not drop my own faction's liaisons into pits or allied dwarven factions. I'm just going to state that bluntly. However, yeah, humans and elves are going to fall in the pit. Demand goods must be turned over from all caravans. Basically, you must just seize items from caravans. Recreation is forbidden, as well as any improving actions such as smoothing, engraving, or constructing things out of metals. What can be done with rock and wood, besides spears, swords, and shields, and so basically, you're only allowed to make furniture out of rock and wood, and metal must be turned into weapons. That does make me wonder, though, what do I do with stuff that is metal but can't be made into weapons? Like gold, as an example. Coins? Like, I'm trying to think, like, minecarts? There's tin in DF, yeah, Shadow. Gold pots, yeah. True, decorate your weapons. Decorating finished goods. No, it's actually, no, it says I can't do any improving. So I can't encrust things. Oh, true. No, well, actually, hold on. You'll see walls in a second. It's because the next thing is, building city walls is considered weak and cowardly. Fuck walls. Walls are for cowards, man. Never mind. Yeah, exactly, right? Under no circumstances is a male dwarf ever to wear a shirt. Togas are acceptable during leave. I should have checked if my faction had togas. Fuck. You know, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a suit of armor that replaces... I'm going to make a suit of armor that replaces clothing that's just like shoes, like high boots or low boots, greaves, leggings, helmets, and shields, and spears, and force all male dwarves into that squad. I'm going to have to do that. And then forbid shoes. And then forbid shirts. Gauntlets, yeah, sorry. And gauntlets. Note that above suggestions are modeled on the popular movie 300 adaptation of the graphic novel 300, both of which are historically inaccurate. For a more realistic Dwarven Sparta, try reading the Wikipedia article on Spartan society. See Brett Diver's series on This Isn't Sparta. So, that... We all clear? So I will not throw my own factions down Big Pit. No building walls. No bolts. Which means hunting, no, I guess. Throw humans and elves into pit, screaming, "This is Sparta." And can leggings be worn under greaves? I knew that male shorts can be worn. Yes, leggings can be worn under greaves. So can pants. Is steel allowed? I just get bonus points if it's made from bronze. So yeah, I would say steel is allowed. It's just bonus points if it's made from bronze. But no traps. I mean, it's specific. Like, if you type in !goal, it'll link you directly to this section of the wiki. So bonus points for bronze. Can you use bridges? I'm going to say yes, because bridges will make dropping things into pits easier. And otherwise, that will actually be quite difficult. Yeah, no, absolutely. This is definitely like real world historic fiction is what we're going for. Although it's more just like the vibes of historic fantasy. I mean, moats would be fine. Build an aqueduct? Oh, yeah. I was thinking like we kind of need to settle on a volcano for this, but like very deep dry moats, I would think, though, right? Because walls are for babies, but moats are not walls. I'm going to be honest with you, I've never actually seen Meet the Spartans, where leg wear is limited to thongs. So, little bit of, like, clarity here, Yaliyasu. It will be quite difficult to make them remove clothing. I will do my best, but it will upset them a lot. Moats are mostly useless. I kind of disagree with the moats comment. So basically, the way this says, at least half your fortress population must be in the military. Something I'm going to do is just every single dwarf, because there's another challenge around here somewhere, which, yeah, the French Revolution is a funny, build a manor of guillotine. There's another one out here that's just like, it's like the forced conscription one where like everybody has to join the military. Probably what I'm going to do is just put all male dwarves into the military and just give them a uniform that forces them to remove their shirt and just have enough gear available. So the one issue, the one issue that we might run into with this is if I don't have enough stuff to actually make the gear. But if I'm not making breastplates, that does actually limit the amount of gear that we'll need quite a bit. So that's what we're doing. Any questions? You need to draft every dwarf for 1 year? Yeah, okay, sure. But that's basically what I'm going to do. Because removing shirts is the most complicated part of all of this. I mean, bismuth bronze isn't bronze, so you lose the bonus points, but there's no limits on the metal. It's just bonus points if you have bronze. Or if you're using bronze. Yes, per Tito. Unless they're zany. But yes, they will be unhappy. So, mist generators? Nice bedrooms? As nice as I can make them? Well, I mean, you have a whole age dedicated to you, bismuth. Dwarves are not affected negatively by weather unless it literally causes them to freeze solid or catch on fire. Shirtless, wet dwarves everywhere. Absolutely, Mouse Soldier. So hold on. Let me just pop back over to the wiki real quick and open up a new tab. And just be like, how the fuck do you make bronze? I know that you need tin. Tin and copper. So I need copper and tin. Iron, zinc. What kind of... Help me out here, chat. What kind of biome should I settle in for this? Coal's optional. No, like, I'm like, where... What would be accurate, I guess? Something that has olives? I mean, that was where we just were, had olives. Where were we just? Oh my god. Sorry, but Pebble Brain formed a Helix. Since retiring it. That's kind of crazy. Like, this area had olives. Yeah, and I don't know what that is, to be honest with you. Can you get a badass choke point? Not easily. I mean, something like this, maybe, but that has silver, copper, and tin. I'm actually kind of curious about how steep that is right there. The legendary forests. Just bump this up by one size. Wow. That is kind of a sheer drop. It's a little ridiculous. There's also Elenite up top. It goes down to layer 35 and goes up to, is it 35 or minus 35? Minus 35 and it goes up to 86. It's a nice valley. I mean, it's the same trees as the last area, so like lychees, avocados. Not seeing, yeah, there's olives. Let's poke around this area a little bit more. And Sproached, thank you very much for the tier 1 check. Can I get a big round of beers? As a reminder to everybody, this is mostly a crowdfunded channel. I make a living because people subscribe, cheer bits, use super chats and all that. So I just want to say a real quick thank you to those of you with a hat next to your name because you're the ones who help keep this channel funded. If you have a hat next to your name or if you're just enjoying the stream, if I could get a round of beers, that'd be pretty cool. In both chats. I'm seeing tropical shrubland a whole lot. Is kind of a good Dwarf Fortressy equivalent. Olive oil soap is a must. I had olive oil soap in last fort. Did they fuck with bees at all? I realize that's a dumb sentence. Did the Spartans do anything with honey? That sounds right. Because we could do beehives too. Yeah, Greece is pretty mountainous. Ancient Greece is not my forte. I think the majority of the ancient history from that period that I have in my brain is from Total War. They used bees in sieges? That's incredible. Yeah, right, like flinging beehives, right?
Crypt beer, crypt.
You'd think they'd use wasps, right? I mean, did they? It's an honest question. Dulkin as well, thank you very much for the 25th month. And Leroy Vinland, thanks for the brand new subscription. That's almost a hype train. My ears are trying to pop and it's not working. And thanks for the $2.49 money, Vibe God, in YouTube chat. Appreciate you. Rolf, thanks for checking out a gift. And Jam Jalopy, thank you for the $1. Pilot Guy, thank you for the $1. Appreciate you. I didn't stream very long yesterday, but we also didn't hit the daily minimums, so... Daily minimum just means I make minimum wage. I need tin. I think I'm totally fine with making weapons out of silver and copper as well. So this is like... totally fine to me. Hold up, gotta catch up. Angel Matt, thanks for the $1. Curson, thanks for the $2. And Bobble Page, thanks for the Prime for 41 months. And Eric, thanks for gigantifying whatever the fuck that thing is.
Curson cheered. X200.
How about to this? And Dulkin, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, man. And Shift, thanks for the $5.
Angel Mock cheered. X100.
Let's take a look at this. It's a very straight creek. I was curious if that would be a aquifer, but it doesn't seem to be.
Yay.
There's cassiterite right there. And malachite. Okay, so like this is pretty good, but like not as dramatic as the other one. Darius, thanks for another 10-pack. Too Tall Dad, thanks for the 25 months. You guys are very kind. Thank you very much. Seriously. Well, that gives me everything I need on the surface. I don't like this river, though. Well, happy to help, Tolkien, and I'm glad that work's doing all right. So cheers, dude. Gotta love a pair of hills. Yes, a nice, bulbous pair of healthy, plump hills. They just had bronze armor. Good to know. Vibe God. Good to know. Good to know. I mean, what exactly does it say in the playstyle challenge? Bonus if all your weapons and armor are made from bronze. I think it's bonus if you just have an active bronze industry, personally. Like bronze shields, bronze greaves, bronze gauntlets, bronze boots, bronze helms, iron spears, silver axes, iron axes, who cares? Bronze spears, etc. I'm not gonna try and build a particularly... Actually, I don't even know what a historically accurate Spartan village would be. This is how the region looks. Okay. So it is kind of like a bit more of a shrublandy area. I mean, honestly, that does kind of fit this, because this is... I mean, that's a tropical moist broadleaf forest. This is a coniferous forest. Let's go a little further down, although that's all untamed wild. Ugh. The absolute grub is the local brook. The problem that I'm bumping into almost immediately with this... Oh my god, that's got nothing in it. Just soil. The problem that I'm bumping into almost immediately with this is this world is generated with very little materials, so actually finding places with copper and tin is actually kind of a challenge here. Like, this is silver copper, but it doesn't have tin. This is just straight up no metal. What if I go... Those are conifer forests. Also, Hylam, thank you very much for the 15 months. Chat, can I get a big round of beers? Thank you so much for the hype train. While I scan this map. Looks for other spots. Like, that could also do. It's maybe too much stuff. Iron, gold, silver, copper, lead. No tin, though. Zinc. I think that other spot up top might actually be the goat where we were kind of before. Just because it's got the tin, this little valley right here. that tin kick back in anywhere, or is it... Oh, actually, how about I do this? Tin, copper. I never use this tool. Like, ever. Chat room, thank you very much for the hype train. 22 subscriptions and $20 in bits. As well as the, like, I don't know, $3 Canadian-ish in YouTube money. So thanks, chat. I'm cutting off the heart. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for the support. I mean, I'm not looking for a quick embark recipe. I've already found several areas like that. I'm specifically looking for different areas that have copper and tin so that I can figure out what different regions I have to find an area that's suitable. I mean, that's all it really needs is like... river is optional, but as long as it has... it's kind of temperate-y or arid-ish and has copper and tin, we can roll with it, because then we can make bronze. Spritz, thanks for the $1. Appreciate you, man. That is the whole point of this exercise. So like kind of this area. That's all untamed. That's all completely inaccessible from literally everything. This has a lot of stuff. I kind of just want to be in wilderness. I kind of don't want to be in untamed. This feels very inaccessible back here. Yeah, this is very inaccessible back here. That's... Copper, lead, flexstone, copper tin. I like how this one's just like a lie. It's just like, most of that doesn't have any of that. Silver, copper, zinc, tin, lead, gold, silver, nickel, lead. This could be good. It's got gold and copper. Like, this could be an okay spot. Which is right there, basically. I'm just gonna grab that as a screenshot. So I can find this again. Yeah, but I don't want to be sieged by massive animals. So while it might feel Spartan, I don't care. I've done too many untamed and mean maps recently. I'm okay for a bit. Like, it's literally just that. It's just, I don't want to. Let's see what this looks like. They produce pottery? Yeah, that's true. Oh, wow, obsidian on the surface. That's a lot of obsidian. Holy shit. I quite like this. Also, if the surface doesn't want to murder me, I can do some pretty cool things with picks. Does that mean underground volcano? Let's find out. Oopsies. It does mean volcanic activity. Yes, it does. which is pretty close too. It only goes down to layer 19, so it's also really shallow. Goes up to layer 73, so... Honestly? And then this, we could start off with obsidian swords and get all recruits training with obsidian swords. You can mod it back into the game so easily, Leroy Vinland. There's dozens of mods that let you do that, and you can just, like, using a click drag, you could just delete all of the new music and just put in the old music if you want. I mean, I personally think that the Spartans probably did open pit mining. So we're gonna need to do, like, kind of a surface underground hybrid thing. And while building walls are cowardly, and I agree with that, we are going to have to do some surface construction. So, like, this is a nice large flat open area that I could construct on and build, like, I don't know, a big temple or something. And then dig a big moat and put a partial wall around it with, like, underground areas so that I can defend the civilians. Exclamation point goal or challenge. I don't know. I added in challenge as an alternative for that command, but... Please define. What do you mean? Like, I mean, you can build walls. You just can't build a full wall surrounding the entire city. So if I... use it to basically build choke points and towers, I think that's acceptable. I think building a full loop with a gate that you can lock isn't. Does that make sense? And I think that that's a pretty easy distinction. And you also need to remember, we're still dwarves. So I'm still going to do dwarf things. But I think this is a pretty good spot. In the YouTube stream, it's just in the description. Shaku Shaku. So if you click on the description, it's there. I think this is the keeper, chat. What do you think? I think this is a keeper. Let's start her. It's not that flat, actually. It's got a pretty big hill on it. It's like almost 15 Z levels. It's not mountainous for sure, but... What's that badge, Rolf? Wholesome Direct 2026 Nifty. Okay, let's start a new game. Well, I mean, I'm not allowed to build traps, but I feel like I can build upright spikes and make a spike pit with maybe like the ability to flood it with lava for cleansing purposes. Of course I can build a massive pit. You guys can name the dwarves, so you can name them whatever you want, within reason. Thumbs up, Arcloid. I'm glad you updated your guide. Part of the reason I'm doing this as well is I'm trying to incentivize more people to look at the DF Wiki and update the DF Wiki. As I've submitted updates to it in the past, but I think that like things like the playstyle challenge portion of the wiki is a underutilized part of the wiki that I think if it got more love from the community would actually be very, very useful. So I'm putting an asterisk on that every non-dwarven caravan. Unless we're not allied with those dwarves. But yes, that is one of the rules. Although I'm going to see if I can use messengers to limit their aggression against me. Okay, now I need to remember where that spot was. Isn't it like right here? Oh no, that's all untamed. Where was it? Where was it? I lost it. Shit. Yep, I will have to check the VOD. To the VOD! Where was it? Okay, it was... right here somewhere. Yeah, okay. Found it. It's right there. Right here. And the embark I did was right here. Basically. So this is the nice plateau area. This could also be doable. If we want... Do we want a creek? Because it's right here. Oopsies. No, not right here. So we want a creek. That's also got all the same materials. A bunch of people just did. Missouri, congrats. You always love those small lakes around the mountain ranges. They do like poke the like. Yeah, let's try this one. They do definitely poke the imagination buttons a little bit. Runs off to go fishing. This might be better. I don't know why I'm whispering. There's olive trees. Nice big flat plateau. There's also... That's peat. I was going to say, there's also clay. No, it's just peat. Just as much obsidian. There's magnetite on the surface, a little bit of it. Let me check that first cavern layer. Okay, there's another one of these in the first cavern layer. Wow, there's what, 3, 4 in the bottom one? It's still pretty shallow too. I mean, it goes down to layer 19. Minus 19? Starts on layer 52, so it's only like... It's pretty shallow once again, because we're pretty low elevation. But... capes are difficult because you literally can't make them as dwarves without modding the game, so... I could purchase capes, but I can't make capes now. Actually, let me just check something. This is just important science. Yeah. No togas in this faction. I think I like this one more than that other one. What do you guys think's better? Little Creek? Yes or no? I mean, if I don't have togas... Yeah, they have tunics. If they don't have togas, I can just do robes. And we'll just call those togas. Because togas are pretty rare for dwarves to have. I'm not going to specify for that because then I just have to check every single faction and they might not have them. So I'll buy togas if they're available and I will make robes and call them togas. Does that work? Otherwise we could just do none and just be like, guys are shirtless. Because there's no way for me to check like what faction has what. I'd literally just have to run a test embark with every single faction. No, so like not after the world's generated. That I know of. Nikpa. Regardless, I'm not going to. So like, I could either check every faction or just roll with what we have. And I'm just gonna roll with what we have and use robes. Because honestly, robes are fine. You can add a toga recipe with DF hack. All right, I didn't know you could do that. If you can do that, I could do that. Like genuinely, I did not know you could do that. I am reading the wiki. This is not historical accuracy. This is not historically accurate. It's pretty clear about this. It states... Where is it? Recreation is forbidden. Parties following combat is acceptable. Where is it? It's where was the togas bit? There it is. Under no circumstances is a male dwarf to wear a shirt. Togas are acceptable during leave. This is historic nonsense. Graphic novel, bad movie. Memorable memes. That's what this is. Chat, I'm gonna go use the washroom real quick since it's loading up right now. 2 seconds. Add recipe, single item, item armor, toga. Okay, got it. Okay, no, I didn't lose it again. It's over here. So, choose starting faction. The accrue mine. I need something that's close-ish to where we are. Passionate Anvil's an option. That, do we want to just play the same faction or do we care? Because I could also play the Boat of Sizzling. There's a submerged channel. You are close enough. So there's the Buff Silver. The Curious Rock is close enough. The Work of Pride is dead. The Basement of Action is too far away. The Accrue Machine is too far away. The Palisade of Scalding is close enough. Kind of like the Palisade of Scalding. How could we not be the boat of sizzling? Seizing, not sizzling. Seizing. I misread it. I mean, they only have 270 dwarfs. I mean, it could be the underdog story. They did take over an elven location, though. Which they named Paddle Owl. It's the Paddle Owl. You know, honestly, I think you might be right. I think they're already at war with elves. They're already at war with goblins. Well, we have to fix that. Isle Villager. Something I don't like about this map, it doesn't have an aquifer. So that's kind of the reason I'm like, yeah, we should settle on a creek. Just so that I have an aquifer. I'm trying to figure out exactly where to place it here. More mountain or less mountain? What do you think, chat? It's like, that's where we placed it. That's where we placed it the first time, but... Chat saying less mountain? What's up, KC Filthy? Did you change your username? Or am I just bad at remembering names now? Wait, there's a light aquifer? Oh, there is. Okay, so the creek has an aquifer. I didn't realize that. That's good. Same name, just pro lurker? Definitely. No kidding, man. Well, let's send it. So, I feel sorry for Assen, who's all by herself, and everybody else is a dude. It's the sausage party. The hell do I name this fortress?
Woo!
What would y'all want to eat before you were, if you were turning 28? Around that point in my life, what was I doing at 28? Probably a lamb shank, but at like a good pub, you know? Or like a turkey leg. Something with a big bone sticking out of it. I can't play without an aquifer. I get annoyed if I don't have an aquifer because so many of the tricks I use require aquifers. You can post links, but if you post links to bad things, I will ban you. Or if you get annoying about it, I will ban you. But like if you're just posting stuff that's relevant to conversation that people are having, go nuts. I just kind of have an honor system. It's like, don't, like, I don't know. I roll with the rule of, like, if you are just here to self-promote, you're not going to post very long. And I can smell that, but you use, like, the Reddit rules, you know, 1 to 10. I mean, I don't like tomahawk steak, but sure, that has a bone in it. Or like a duck leg, you know? Damn it. Oil chest, no. Could call it oil body. Oil chunk. I can't call it oil muscle. I could call it oil grease. That's just oil. You know, honestly, grease body I think works better. We're not Google, the Vibe God, come on. Did I misspell it? I must have. I think grease muscle actually is better. Grease muscle! How about grease body, though? I don't think wrestle is a word, but let me check. No. I mean, I could call it like body throw or something, or throw body. I could literally call it ancient Greece. But like, like ancient Greece. I'm not gonna name it of something because then it won't fit and it bugs me because no other dwarves name a group an area that. Send it ancient Greece. All right, we are now ancient Greece, and the group name is the oily spear of muscles. Dwarf isn't a word in dwarfish. I know it's crazy. Can you put ancient as an adjective instead of a compound? No. Because then it'll put a the. So, front compound, you just have to treat it as an adjective. It sounds a bit lewd. My god, we're called Ancient Greece. Not spelled correctly. And we are literally shirtless dudes with spears and shields. Like, if that's not a bit lewd, then I literally named a fortress Thunderpants once, okay? Like, you know. I can't make capes. We'll have to add capes. Well, I don't know. But the not to be crazy, but the Spartans didn't have elephants. YouTube chat is begging for elephants, but like we don't they didn't have elephants. She oils my spear until I muscle. How's that? Did I make it worse yet? What's history? I mean, what do you mean? The movie 300 came out in ancient history by modern standards, so that's history. You think the Greeks had dinosaurs, though? Pretty sure, actually. You know, if they didn't have dinosaurs, they definitely told stories about big monsters, which might as well be dinosaurs. And also, there was definitely elves and also dwarves and humans in ancient Greece. So this is very historically accurate. Can I also just state how ironic it is when people are just like, this is supposed to be fantasy. This does not fit. It's like, wait, hold up. This is supposed to be made up bullshit. And this made up bullshit doesn't fit. What? The Kraken messed them up a lot. I mean, drowning is scary. What can I say? It's biblically accurate, Sparta? Sure. I also really don't want to deal with elephants, I'll be honest. But if we end up with elephants, I will take elephants. We are very particular about our bullshit. That is true, yes. Okay, so Puritito is being like an actual historian in my chat. But Carthus is bad guy, and bad guy has elephant, so we have to fight people with elephant, not have elephant. That's my 2 cents of my 2-year-old logic, but thanks for the history lesson. This is not my forte when it comes to actual history. And since nobody is saying, no, stop, you're blind, you're dumb, we're going to stick with the muscular spear of strength unless somebody else can come up with something better. Hello, Costlord, do not look directly into the name of the fortress. Or look directly into the name of the fortress, I don't know. The tame one. It doesn't really matter. They're still very rare regardless. Because it's like, there's still like a 1 in 4 chance that you'll even have one in your fort to begin with. It's pretty easy to like roll a map that won't see any of them ever and just get attacked by them sometimes. It's like saying, I'm going to see a giant hamster on every map. It's like, well, I had elephants in my last fort, and I don't really want elephants in every fort. So if elephants are available, maybe, but like it's not a priority. Like, what even do we have available? Yeah, there's elephants available. I don't know, man. I don't personally want to deal with elephants. I know that this is kind of an open secret with me. My least favorite thing to do in Dwarf Fortress is animal husbandry. And the last patch added a lot of new animals, so I've been doing a lot of animal husbandry. And it's been taking my heart and beating the shit out of it. Like, it's... You can adjust your embark points when you start a new fort, Vibe God. I'm just waiting for the ads to end, because we're in an ad break at the minute. So yeah, I'm not going to really prioritize super expensive animals. Is what considered weakness? Not wanting to deal with raising 10 years worth of adult elephants? You don't need to keep them separated, but gelded, yeah. God, I wish, Brucey. God, I wish. Thank you for the subscription on the YouTube side. Vibe God, welcome to the YouTube members. This dwarf is going to be my minor. And I don't know. I wasn't really thinking beyond that. What if we say thresher, herbalist, cook, if I have any extra points. So all of the male dwarves are just going to be thrown into the military, like right away. Maybe when the first migrant wave hits. Give them pets they don't need. I was just going to do dogs. Like cows. You know? Why would that be? Okay, so adjusting the points on Embark is playing Dwarf Fortress. My God, why would that be considered weakness? Like, you don't have to spend them all. Like, who cares? Let's give all of these dwarves some points in wrestling. Gosh, I hope this is a brave faction. If they all hate combat, this is going to be tough. Shield user. Fighter. Oops, that's archer. Fighter. I'm not being perfect about the point distribution. Some of them are better than others. You can have striker kicker. Just striker. 2 points in kicker. Just kicker. Striker kicker. 1 point in striker. And then everything else is going to go into various other skills. So carpenter, mason, woodcutter, miner, weaponsmith. There are olive trees. We had olive soap in the last fort, actually. Llamas or sheep is what I'm seeing in the YouTube chat. I mean, there's whatever these Andrew Shirchu's things are. We had these in the last fort. We had elephants in the last fort. Let's do... I was gonna say, breeding pair of llamas, maybe? Did they have goats? I feel like they had goats. But we'll do llamas and sheep. And then for food, what do I not need? I don't need rock nuts out the gate. I can just make wood stuff once we need it. we're going to need to make a really big hole. They had sheep and goats. Let's do sheep instead of... Let's do goats instead of llamas, then. Because they're cheaper. They also had donkeys, didn't they? I don't think I've ever brought donkeys with me. People keep saying capes and togas. I don't know if we have cape. I don't know if we have togas, and no dwarves have capes. So if we want to do that, then I have to use DF hack to add the recipes. We could do that, but that wouldn't be very dwarfy. It's up to you guys, though. Three bronze picks. Two bronze axes. I am the train conductor here. It's just dwarves don't have the ability to make capes at all. I mean, that's what I was saying earlier, is just go with togas. Am I planning on getting besieged? Read the challenge, Vibe God. Read it. Like, that'll answer all of your questions about that. Well, because there's no ranged combat allowed, I can just get rid of the quivers. That's kind of a given. Would demolish anything, you think? Maybe not anything, but a lot of things. We're gonna have to be very cautious about caverns, because fire beasts and webs are going to be a nightmare? Because I'm not allowed ranged, right? But I'm allowing myself catapults, and I'm allowing myself ballista, just no bolt throwers. Because it specifically says no crossbows, no bows, and because this is 2026 and not 2014, I'm assuming that means that in 2014, the person who wrote that challenge was allowing for players to use ballista, but bolt throwers didn't exist, and so I'm considering bolt throwers basically crossbows. Well, why don't I do this? Or why don't I bring... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 bronze bars. Get rid of other things that I don't need. Such as I really don't need dimple cups. Really don't need the wheelbarrow and don't need the step ladder. Bring some extra bronze. And then I'll just put all the extra points into drink, basically. I'm well aware of that, Arcloid. I'm well aware of that. The point here is to use up the points to get approximately enough to get going. The point isn't to be optimal. If I was trying to be optimal, then we'd be here a lot longer. And also, for example, I wouldn't be bringing any food except for cheese, and I would be bringing one of every cheese. Like I'm opening a fraternity? It's not my fault that childish nitwits have ruined ancient Greece. I guess the one thing that childish nitwits and ancient Greece had in common is consumption of alcohol and lots of fucking. All right, so any concerns, chats? I guess we still need to make the symbol. We are ancient Greece is the name of the fortress, and the muscular spear of strength, and the image is going to be many dwarves. Many spears. The dwarves are raising the spears. Square shield, town, round shield. Should I do? No, let's just do shield. The dwarves are raising the shields. Screaming. The dwarves are striking a triumphant pose. And, oh, okay. And then an elf. Falling. Screaming. There you go. What do we think? Have we done good? Or am we satisfied? The hard part, I'm not gonna lie, probably the hardest part about this whole fortress is going to get the male dwarf shirtless. Like, I'm thinking about this whole thing and just going like, oh fuck. Am I gonna keep them shirtless? I'm gonna be like forbidding and dumping shirts. Cut down all the trees? Probably not all the trees. So, okay. In the thing it says I have to have all jobs assigned to everybody. So every dwarf that isn't actively in the military is going to either be a miner or a woodcutter. I am going to fish, but not off the bat, and I'm going to keep that limited just for, like, keeping the game functional's sake. But replace clothing with uniform? That isn't that simple. So, yes, idle villager, yes. But that will piss them off, which is why that's going to be the hardest part. It's like, you know how everybody's like, oh, dwarves get upset when they're in the rain? Dwarves get more upset when they're uncovered. So, like, that's why I'm saying, like, that's going to be the hardest part about this. It's like, yes, I can put them all in uniforms. I can't put all of them in uniforms, because if I put all of them in uniforms, then things like cutting down trees is just going to be extremely tedious. So I'm not going to do that. Like, female dwarves, I'm going to just give free reign for clothing, basically. But also, I have to make sure there are no other shirts available. And when shirts come in, I'm going to have to get rid of them. Like, I'm going to have to micromanage shirts off of all dwarves. So, I won't be able to keep all dwarves in... Basically, what I'm going to have to do is whenever I get a new migrant wave, I'm going to have to put them all into squads to make them take off their shirts, forbid all the shirts that aren't robes, and then release them, basically. That's going to be the hardest part. And also then, like, keeping track of everything. Yeah, this is like, when I was reading through the challenges, I was like, oh, that's interesting. Also, oh god, that's interesting. That and like figuring out how to kill diplomats is also going to be tricky. I'm going to have to like put a bridge in front of the whoever is doing the meetings office and set it up in such a way so that I can safely not drop whoever's doing the meetings into a pit. Like, we're gonna have to do some engineering. Right? This is Sparta. Yeah, this is a puzzle. Is what this like dropping people into a pit is gonna be difficult. So we need to figure out exactly what that means, Jam Jalopy. Because in the rules here, it says, where is it? Recreation is forbidden. So recreation worked very differently when this was written. We need to define, because the way it used to work, you would make dining halls and you would make taverns, and periodically all of the dwarves from your fort would just stop what they were doing and go have a party. Because a dwarf would be like, we're having a party, and then all the dwarves would just congregate in that area and go do a party thing. It doesn't work that way anymore, right? Now you have guild halls, you have temples that get requested and stuff, and also the social system works completely differently than it did back then. But it does say parties following combat are acceptable. So the way I see this is temple's fine. Temple's good. Guild hall's fine. Guild hall's good. If you guys disagree, please say. Tavern, not fine. Not good. Tavern, bad. Have no tavern. Have dining hall, have no tavern. Unless we win a siege. Then reclassify dining hall as tavern and stick everybody in there. That's how I read that. And also, any majorly injured dwarves who lose their abilities in combat need to be thrown into the pit. Or killed. Dramatically. Somehow. I mean, I realize I'm just sitting here with the xenophobia challenge sitting right there. I've actually, like, done this, but not really thinking of it as a xenophobia challenge. I did a fort a while ago where the rule was I just had to attack every caravan or steal everything from every caravan until we get sieged. Like, that was the rule. But yeah, I don't know. There's going to be a lot of upset faces on the top of the screen. There might be, but because, like, this has so many... Like, basically, this is filter out the weak in a lot of ways. Although I do need to look at these dwarves. You guys even remotely fit for this? Brave in the face of imminent danger. Off to a good start. Strong. Not musical, low willpower. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is going to be as hard as I'm expecting it to be, aside from the shirtless thing. Assign a barracks as a hospital too. Or like a barracks as a weaponsmith's guild. Or a hunter's guild. Or something. As a hammer, well, I would, the problem with the justice system, and the reason I'm not going to depend on it too much, Wrath of Seth, is unless the oily war. Bleh. There we go. The Oily Warrior is going to be the name of our symbol. Warriors? The Oily Warrior is the name of our symbol. There's going to be a lot of dead dwarves a lot of the time. Potentially. Yeah. Potentially. I can't make child soldiers. Cisco. Like, they can't be assigned to the military. Just have every guild, tavern, temple be a barracks? I could do that with temples. I mean, we're going to have a lot of barrackses. True, actually, yeah, you're right, actually. A tomb temple could be interesting. Although once a tomb is assigned to a dwarf, doesn't it stop being a temple? Can't have lavish meals on a Spartan diet. There's no restrictions about food stuff, though. Like, if it's not specifically stated in the rules. So I don't see why that would... I know that that's, like, historically accurate, but it's not listed here. So I feel like we should use tools that we have available. Like, in a world where recreation is forbidden and any improving action such as smoothing and engraving or constructing things out of metals, what can be done with rock and wood besides spears, swords, and shields means I'm not going to have metal statues. I'm not going to have metal furniture. So presumably that means I can do metal bars? Like, if I have gold, what am I going to do with it? Do I make gold, native gold, or tables? No, but, like, I'm talking about metals that can't be made into weapons, dude. But here's the thing. As well as improving actions, such as smoothing or engraving, or constructing things out of metals that can be made out of rock and wood. Statues can be made out of rock, so I can't make gold statues. I can't make gold helmets. Artifacts, sure. But, like, do you understand the problem here? Sure, chains. Like, that's something I can make, as Absurd says in YouTube chat. Coins are another one that I went with in my head. So, like, in a world where I'm very limited on what I can do to make dwarves happy, I have to abuse the ones that I have. If that makes any sense. Do tools count? I mean, like, you can make rock pots and you can make wooden barrels, so why would you be making, like... You're going to need to be specific about what you mean when you say tools. Because there really aren't tools in Dwarf Fortress. There's the tools section, which is full of, like, fucking scrolls and shit. Flasks. Yeah, but you can make water skins, which are flasks. I mean, sure, I could make flasks. Yeah, but, like, it's just, like, jewelry. Well, okay, but we can make that out of bone. Instrument parts. Sure. If those exist. Also, we're not really allowed to party, so I guess unless I'm selling it as trade goods. I feel like I should make a structure that is, like, super valuable, like temples. Like no improving action, but, like, what if I made a temple to the most popular god with, like, gold floors? Rock mug, exactly, no goblets. Only let them have nice stuff when they're dead. True, give them a gold statue and, like, a sarcophagus and then seal it off kind of deal. You need to explain to me how I would build an oracle, though. Like, chat's brought that up a couple times. Admittedly, I haven't seen 300 since, like, 2009 or 2010, so... Can you make stuff to sell? That's why I was saying coins. Because dwarves won't claim coins, right? They banned gold and silver use. Huh. I could just hoard them in bins. All right. Well, anyway, shall we begin? I should have closed that screen so it would look less fugly. You've arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Kogan Sol and Sparta. There is almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook. Provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you. But it is midsummer now, and enough time to delve secure lodgings ere the cougars get hungry. A new chapter of dwarven history begins here at this place. Zathush's ancient Greece. Strike the earth. All right. I'm very proud of that name. That's all I have to say. No. Vibe God. The crafts are all pretty comparable. It just comes down to quality of the actual craft itself and then, like, the value of the item that you're making it out of. Besides, Dwarf Fortress economics are extremely easy to, like, gimmick in your favor. All right, so this is the little creek over here. And this area does have an aquifer. This is where we've landed. The initial embark was on top of this, but that's fine. We went a little bit further over to get a little bit more forest and a little bit less mountain. We still have a bunch of obsidian. I'm going to kind of build up here, I think, which is, you know, a little close to the edge, but that's fine. You have a massive thunderstorm overhead. Oh, lovely. Enjoy it. Okay, so how many axes did I bring? 2. Okay. So for woodcutters, let's go 3. Fishers, let's just shut you off for the minute. And miners, let's go 3 for the minute. I'm not going to put anybody in the military until we get that first migrant wave, and then we'll start figuring out shirts situation. Who's our expedition leader? I want to give you a name. Chat, I need a punny Spartan name. That's like dwarfy punny. Be more creative than me. Also, we have an elephant, so to the person who wanted elephants, congrats, you won! He rarely looks on others with lust and has a very calm demeanor. Is not particularly interested in what others think of him, rarely feels discouraged, is brave in the face of imminent danger, tends to be a bit stubborn and changing his mind about things, and is assertive, isn't particularly ambitious, isn't given to flights of fancy, and has a greedy streak. When others help him out, he tries to return favors, and he doesn't seek out excitement. His hands are animated when he speaks, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and grumbles mildly at shite weather. He dreams of raising a family, personally values loyalty, values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. Likes bronze, checks out, and aquamarine and peach-faced lovebird, as well as picks, bracelets, and pigs for their snorts. Flame demons for their horrifying features, and the sound of the beige style, and when possible, of course, he prefers to consume chicory and turnip wine and absolutely hates lizards. Eurist Shorticus. Shorticus is pretty funny. Beardondius. Beardondius? We've also got Granititius. They're all isses. Euristes is pretty good, yeah, actually. Was Leonidas? Yes. But Lycotitus? Euristes is pretty thumbs up, I do have to admit. Do I have a Eurist? You know, actually, I'm going to go set a setting here that there's 2 settings I got to do. The first, I got to go to game, and I got to set the population to 300, because it's in the description. And we'll just say strict cap 300. Let's say 310. All right, done. 300 and 310. Baby cap a hundo. And then the other thing I'm going to do is enable you. Where's the nicknames one? I'm just going to have nicknames replace other names. There we go. In fort mode, centralize, replace all. Because Eurystheus should just be your name. Bericles? Jesus. Eurystheus is now the expedition leader. We can give some other people some names. Like, Udil, you can be... Actually, where's the... You know, the lady miner here can be... Graniticus? Graniticious? Let's go with... Udilicals? Udilicals? Sure. And I'll enable normal naming once we get our first migrant wave. Orthocles is pretty good, actually. Shorticus. Actually, maybe not replace all, just replace first. There we go. Replace first. Shorticus is pretty good. I got one more. Beardinitis. Bolt visions. Values peace over war. Pathetic. The Ruthless Coven. Okay, so what's the most popular god here? Let's find out. Okay, so everybody seems to worship the god of murder. And is a member... And honestly, I have to say that checks out. I can't complain about that one. God of War and murder. It's just murder. I mean, there's also gods of theft. If they worship the god of theft, I would be very suspicious. The god of fish, death, fortresses and war, mountains, caverns, minerals and fire, wealth, jewels, and order. The god of OCDs. What do we have as far as animals goes? I've just got a yak and I've got an elephant. Let's just get them pastured over here for the mow. And let's get to... Who do we want to get to know, chat? I mean, we know a little bit about Eurystheus, but... Anybody else we want to get to know? Because we've also got, you know, Eudilicles. who's got strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, often finds himself changing his mind to agree with somebody else. He is not readily moved by art or natural beauty, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He does not generally seek retribution for past wrongs, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He tends to avoid crowds and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. I think, yeah, I will worry about who's the woodworker. I got carpenter and woodcutters. So the woodworkers would be Orthocles. I mean, he's the right color. He's got a calm demeanor, incredibly brave in the face of looming danger. You're our first captain of the guard. You're our first military captain. A bit foolhardily, is greatly moved by our natural beauty, and is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He has an active imagination and rarely is happy or enthusiastic, and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and doesn't seek out excitement. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and doesn't often feel envious of others. Oh, I've literally named all of them. Like, nobody's been claimed. I've just named them all based on suggestions from chat. So more recently, I don't enable the standard dwarf naming until it's been a bit, because especially if it's not my first fortress in that world, it sometimes takes a little bit for me to get migrants, and then I don't know, I feel bad for like the starting 7 just getting sniped, so I just named them based on silly suggestions to be somewhat on brand or theme, whatever you prefer. Got magnetite down there. I think we're just gonna go up to here and start chiseling this stone. Except there's a tree up there which should go down quicker. This is not Untamed Wilds. I did that intentionally, and I went out of my way to do that. I did too many Untamed Wilds forts in a pretty short period of time. I think I'm, like, good on Untamed Wilds for a bit. Because I did evil, untamed, like, terrifying, untamed, and I think I'm good for a little bit. Well, if you want to do anything, like, surface-related, I just find them kind of not fun to play. So they're a neat challenge if you're primarily just digging, but that's not really what I'm doing in this instance. Yeah, the dwarf that got named in the Stone Age fort is in a different faction, though. So if I go to this fort right here, that Pebblebrain is right there. And then this is connected to Pebblebrain, the puzzling trade. So we'll have to threaten Pebblebrain and that dwarven faction into giving us tribute, or, we'll invade them. That sounds lovely. Wawa. And you... I'm going to get you working out Euristes. I'll just put you on monthly orders. Go train. You're a carpenter. And you seem to be unemployed at the minute. So you go train. Go punch some things. Go work out. I thought I brought 3 axes, but I guess I only brought 2. I'll see you later, Leroy. Thanks for hanging out today. Can you get besieged by your past fortresses? Sure, if you attack them. I have seen relatives of past dwarves invade me, but I don't think I've ever seen a named dwarf invade me. Is this Sparta? Working on it. TBD. To be determined. We'll get there when we get there. Currently, it is probably not Sparta, but hopefully soon it'll be a South Park level cartoon parody of Sparta. I mean, we've already got dwarves doing combat drills, and I'm like, what, 20 minutes into this fort? I think that's a good start. I mean, I think that's a pretty good start. Considering a skilled warrior is a beautiful sight to behold. How do we feel about books? Just not like just in general, but like in this fortress. How do we feel about books, chat? Books are fine? Go acquire some books. Are the books about combat? Good point. I'll have to consult something about this. This is kind of sus. Like, that looks like it's going to cave in. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. I was overly concerned for no reason. Would be good Oracle-ish. You like papyrus scrolls? I don't know if there's papyrus. I don't even remember the last time I had papyrus, and probably because the last time I had papyrus, I didn't notice and didn't use it, and then forgot about it. I mean, this is a worm region, so... I mean, I already have a squad. I need dwarves working at the start. Straight up. Need dwarves working at the start. Panicked after being attacked. By what? Oh, shit. A black mamba? Well, we also have wild elephants, so there's that. It's a good thing that they missed. You know, if this was a normal fortress, that dwarf probably would have died. But because they all have some dodging skill, like, it was this dwarf, right? Because this dwarf has some dodging skill or some combat skill, that probably helped, right? Kind of wild. But yeah, no, I'm not being too strict early on. I mean, right, I do have to get them all out of shirts, but we'll work on that. In fact, I could probably do that, like, right now. So if I put them all into shirts, and I go with this uniform, and say... details, and say uniform replaces clothing, but it's no uniform, okay? Naked. Confirm and save. And then assign this, oops, naked to all of them. Then I can go into here and go shirt. Dress, 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 dress. And just double check to make sure that Who's missing? You. Now the moods are going to start dropping. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All naked. It should just be upper body clothing that is forbidden. So now I should be able to put them back onto no uniform. Update. And they should be allowed to put on all their clothing except for their shirts. Not while they're wearing. Well, they won't take it off while they're wearing it. So now I can take them off of staggered training. In fact, I can just take them off duty entirely and turn off this squad. Well, actually, what I probably should just do is just boot out everybody but these top two. Done. It's the best I can do, really. Aside from that, it'll just be like dump them and throw them into somewhere where they can't get to them. There we go. We now have shirtless male dwarves. I don't know what chat. I don't know what you're gonna do with that information, but that's the world we live in now. Let's see how much it pisses them off. Would be cool if the expedition leader, or at least your militia captain, was named something to resemble Leonidas. We literally look at the names. Corian, thank you very much for the 15 months. Jack, and I get a big round of beers for that. Thank you very much. Enforcer, hello. I'm glad you like the tutorials. I'm glad they're helpful. Okay, so now we've got them shirtless. Something collapsed on the surface. Hopefully nobody died or is injured. Because if basically, like, the first thing I need to do is I need to get a big kick pit. A big kick pit built, you know? We need the kick pit. So I think I'm going to probably dig this hillside down to this creek level. Wore tunics. So the game said, so the rules say togas are acceptable during downtime. Now I don't have a manager just yet, but I'll assign one to Shorticus so you can be my manager. If I go up to here, toga, don't has. Tunic, done has. Cape, done has. I could do robes, but I don't have robes. I am undecided as to whether or not I want to use DF hack to add capes and togas. We're not talking historically correct or even potentially anatomically correct Spartans, because last I checked, these aren't even these are humans who are Spartans, not dwarves. Loincloths? I mean, yeah, we'll have loincloths. Absolutely. See? I am going to start up a little bit of farming, though. So I'm going to... You guys are supposed to be off duty. Shear animal, spin thread, and I'm also going to throw in a loom. I'm just going to start putting together stuff to make loincloths. Naturally. You understand the challenge? I guess you don't like using the meme to make them unhappy? The challenge is the meme, though. So, like, I get it, but at the same time, like, that's the whole point. Quite literally, like that is the point of the exercise. Is to try and run a fort in this extraordinarily silly suboptimal method, like format. And which is why I'm doing it, and you don't need to. Awu. I mean, I'm pretty sure they were farmers. At least, if stuff I've seen in my life is to be believed. Oh no, actually, don't do that. We're just doing the yarn. That's all I want. Don't need to overwork them completely. All right. Let's cut down this. Besides, I have stated several times with many a caveat that ancient history is not my forte, so chat's probably going to be teaching me shit. I'm just doing this because it's a curious and different way to play this game. And also, I'm hoping I'm going to make people look at the wiki more than they do normally. Sandals will be fitting as well. I think that we either need to do that and do that now or never do that. Idle villager. I'm well aware that they had lots of slaves. I'm not going to have slaves. YouTube chat. So it is a challenge, but it's a challenge written for DF 2014 and before was when that page was added to the wiki. So we're talking about a very different version of Dwarf Fortress. The way labors work, actually, that's something I could mess with right now. The way labors work right now is all of these are automated, and then there are some specific ones inside that are not automated. So all of this is what is covered under fishing specifically, but these are all just assigned to everybody. What I could do is I could make a custom labor and call it Spartan and literally just select everything, which might actually be the best way to do this. Thanks for reminding me of that. So if I do woodworking, stoneworking, okay, not hunting, but I could do animal training care, trapping, that, healthcare, farming. We'll leave that one blank. Metalsmithing, jewelry, crafts, engineering, hauling. I might re-specify hauling in the future, but we'll see. And then just... Oh, wait, was that mining that I just customized? It might have been. Yeah, it was. Okay, well, let's fix that. Or set to default. That's the button I'm looking for. Let's add a new work detail and call it Spartan. I don't want them doing any, I don't want them trying to pick up uniforms is the issue. I don't want them fishing because that's going to take up all the time. So I'll specify. And there we go. So everybody does this. Done. There you go. Everybody do everything. Something collapsed on the surface. Uh-oh. No health problems. His head is bruised. It's fine. It's just a bruise. And You're over here spinning thread. You're doing this. Let's just make a carpenter and just queue up some beds. Well, you're all over here doing this. Beautiful. Did I add hunting? I don't think I added hunting. Telling me I added hunting? I'm pretty sure I didn't. No, I didn't. What the fuck you on about? Quit tripping my vibe. Son of a bee. I do need to get them some cups. Oh, other thing. Bed, 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 bed. And craft dwarfs. I did mining? No, I didn't. What are you smoking? I reset it. You poof ball? The fuck, man? Why you gotta keep tripping me up like this? It's not fair. This wasn't in the plan in the challenge description. That message was before the reset? That's a you problem, not a me problem. Because you said you did it in mining 2 minutes ago. Far after I did the thing. So, no, you didn't say that before the reset. You said that way after the reset. Anyway, hello, chat. Babble at Laldio, so I don't need to explain shit. I've got a bunch of shirtless dwarves. Chat has to gaslight me. If streamer isn't getting gaslit by chat, it means the chat's moving fast enough for the streamer not to accidentally gaslight themselves. So streamer not getting gaslit just means chat's active. See if they bounce, Sortek? Which is honestly the cause of most gaslighting in streams. Also, we're in an ad break. I'm gonna go grab a refill on my lemon spritz thing. I'll be back. Round of beers or whatever. Just 2 seconds, chat. return. The Spartans were, in fact, dicks from the little bits that I understand about them. I feel like, I'm not gonna lie, there was probably a lot of paranoid, miserable people just in that general time period. Like, you know, in a lot of ancient history, there's a lot of, like, you know, murder and betrayal between family members to the point where it reads like it's commonplace. Doesn't surprise me. But yeah, I'm not, trust me, I'm not giving anybody a free pass there. Athens absolutely were not the nicest people as well. Fight with chat? I mean, that's just like part of the entertainment value of streams, isn't it, Pilot? It's pronounced Jaslet. Uh-huh. Saslet. There we go. At least we've got, you know, some mugs now. Let's just grab some beds. Some additional beds. Should I make wooden houses or obsidian houses? I know someone's gonna be like, mud bricks, and I'll be like, yeah, huh? Just peat. Clay is the kiln, right? Yeah. Some wooden floor and obsidian walls for a bit of variety. Yeah. I'm gonna see what we can do with clay, because I do actually have clay here. So since we have clay, might as well use it. It's kind of the, oh, actually there's clay closer. Sparta does not need protection. Is that why they had so many kids? Wood or obsidian make an Acropolis? You say that like I know exactly what that means, and I know like kind of a base outline of what that is, but not really what that is. Ancient history, once again, is not my forte. Okay, so you collect clay. Just repeat. Let's just get some clay collected. I think what I'm going to do to specialize, because everybody has every job assigned, is like assign specific workers to specific locations. I mean, I think probably, Angel Matt, what we're going to have to do is just take kids off of all jobs except for hauling and throw them, how do I put this? And throw them into guild halls. The outpost liaison has arrived, so it's a good thing I just made the first trading depot, because I have nothing to trade yet. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, supply caravan of the boat of seizing is a welcome sight, which is perfect for when we seize everything else. Is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with anticipation of inspecting the products of your industrious craft stores. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow, meaningless death. Now, I'm not going to steal all their stuff because migration works differently than it used to. Because this is my faction. So I'm going to trade and be amicable with these dwarves. I'm not going to trade and be amicable with other factions that I trade with. So I'm just going to grab a gem cutter shop, I think. Or actually, why don't we just sell yarn and cloth? That's a legitimate trade good, I think. Euristes meets with the outpost liaison and says, I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. And I'm going to request... What am I going to request? No. It's fine. We're all learning. I'm also like thinking out loud at the same time. Angel Matt, like learning is good. Please keep learning. I'm enjoying the tidbits. Yeah, I don't know. I'm actually gonna request tin. I think is what I'm gonna do. Which is what? Casserite? I think. Weapons? No, I'm gonna make... No, actually, I'm gonna request coal. We'll just do that. Weapons? No, why would I do that? Shields and bucklers is what they need. All right. I can probably satisfy that need. Make a bunch of wooden shields for next year. Yeah, I mean, if I were to follow this challenge to a T, I would bump into a wall and the fort would fall over pretty fucking quick. Which I don't really want to do. Now, I just unforbid all the shirts, so let's just go to armor and be like, send it. Let's go to armor real quick and just unforbid the additional ones. And then go into here and go to armor and say send it. And then let's go to cloth. Send the sheep's wool. Send that. And I need a broker. Not that anybody has the skills. Who sounds like a good broker to you, chat? We're just the doors all running at them. Jersey swap, but you keeps. Honestly, I think it might be easier to just keep the male dwarves shirtless. You like Shorticus? Shorticus is a good name. Graniticious is also pretty good. Let's go with Graniticious. You can be my broker. Shorticus and to the Pointicus. Yes. Yes, no, absolutely. Time managementus. How long until we just start reenacting gladiator scenes in this fort? Ooh. Could just buy those 2 ducks and butcher them. They've got alpaca's milk. I feel like I should just buy those. Just make some cheese. And maybe an additional pick, if I can afford. Maybe not the syrup. Save the syrup. Buy a bag. And some leather if I can afford it, which I can. Let's buy some meat and trade. Let's just go over to here and make a food stockpile so I can kind of keep track of things.
Where's Russell, the crow?
So fun fact, I went to a metal festival this weekend, and there was a band called Muscle Crowe, which was a Russell Crowe themed band, and all of their songs were written about Russell Crowe in Russell Crowe movies. That's all I needed to tell you that. I don't know why. I needed to tell you that. So Ilmiran, thank you very much for the 27 months. Appreciate you. There was one line where he's just like, and don't forget to send all of these the videos that you've taken of this performance to our Lord and Savior, Russell Crowe. That's really niche. I don't know. I've seen. I think that's less niche than the Ned Flanders themed band. Although actually I should put this down here. Let's just get rid of this. And like the Ned Flanders band like went on tour a lot for a while. So, I don't know. It's pretty niche, but it's not the most niche weird music thing I've seen. Besides, they were called Muscle Crowe. How can you not love that? I'm not going to restrict different types of food. That's going to become a level of like nonsense management that I don't really feel equipped to want to deal with. Besides, it's not being specified in the game specifically, so I'm just going to let her be for the bit. Maybe especially if it's niche. Well, also, like, if your music is good, who really cares what you're yelling about, you know? Like, if you're a band that sings about Russell Crowe, okay, cool. You know, another band I saw at that festival was Dying Fetus, and they sing about murder and violence, mostly. You know? Fun, family-friendly entertainment. Okay, there you go. But yeah, Russell the Crow is probably cawing somewhere, if I were to guess. Ilmiran. Yeah, also, Sortalk has a good point, which is they drank more beer and alcohol in those days because the water was really good and it's harder for bacteria to grow in alcoholic drinks. I mean, like, that's why we have alcohol now, is because, like, it was a way of purifying water so that you didn't just, like, die. You drink the water and you die. Was like, you know, what would happen if there was no good water around. So it kind of makes sense. So we're collecting clay. Curious. If I'm oh, there we go. So this is all the clay I've got. What if I just go here and say, collect clay. $50. If amount of oh boy. We'll just say collect 50 once a month. I'll just do this the easy way because I don't feel like fiddling with this to make this work. So we'll just say collect 50 clay, and we'll do that seasonally. And I will say clay bricks. If amount of clay boulders is greater than 10, well, is greater than 45. And if amount of refined coal is above 40, is above 50, and because it's obviously not. And then I'm gonna go right here and I'm going to say wood furnace, which I'm just gonna make out of clay because fuck it. And then you make charcoal. If amount of refined logs is greater than 45. And amount of refined coal is less than 25. We'll make 50. Let's start making clay bricks. They weren't drinking beer, necessarily. Beer is kind of a more modern invention. Is annoyed at the lack of chairs. Well, okay. But they were drinking a lot of fermented drinks. They weren't necessarily like, you know, what we think of in modern day as booze. But to my knowledge, unless I'm completely off base here, which is entirely possible if not likely, they were absolutely drinking things that weren't specifically water. Water with purification in it of some sort. But it also depended on how wealthy you were, right? If you were like a slave, you were just drinking the water and getting shitting disease. I just want them to be coordinated somewhat, so. How does collect clay and sand work in terms of tiles? They can infinitely collect from a single tile, so they can infinitely collect here. Dwarf just goes there, stands there for a bit. Clay has been collected. Clay has been collected. Clay has been collected. So I've decided, chat. Like, looking at moods, I'm trying... Okay, no, I haven't decided. Do I add togas? Yes or no? Okay, well, it doesn't seem to work. Do I have to restart the game for it to work? Doesn't seem to work, chat. I know togas are a Roman thing. Sky, read the friggin' challenge. So I don't think I can make togas. Unless maybe I have to restart the game, I don't know. Well, rip that dream. Sorry for baiting all of you. Can try a restart though. I'm not too hopeful either way, though. Damn, Athena, yeah, right. It's getting warm in here. I had to turn up the fan. Well, it said it worked successfully, so... Dwarves can't make capes, though. People keep saying capes like dwarves make capes. Capes are a human and elven thing. Why would I quick save and reload when I could just save and quit and reload? Because I have to quit anyway. Whichever god we hate. Yes. Of course dwarfs can make cloaks. But, Thomas Stanner, do me a ginormous favor and go to the description of the YouTube stream and look at the challenge. It's very specific about requiring togas. I didn't make the rules. It was commonly drank back in ancient times to a degree. There was a Xenophon and Plato lamented about the amount of critical drunkenness. That makes sense. Clean water has been around for also much longer, so it wasn't that alcohol was healthier. It had just been it just made people happier. You know, many people nowadays consume alcohol. Alcoholism has never changed. I mean, my favorite like ancient Rome factoid is that they made French fries, but not out of potatoes. Like they would fry like root vegetables in animal fat. Is maybe one of my favorite little tidbits about that time period. There's a bunch of like really good archived like French fry shops, like advertising and like basically like chips carts with like images of people eating like sliced like root vegetables that had been fried. It's pretty dope, if you ask me. I wonder if they were using taro or something. Yeah, the toga command didn't work. So I guess we could use robes, but I'm just going to keep male dwarves shirtless. Yeah, I mean, like, they weren't drinking, like, 9% IPAs or anything, villager. They're probably drinking, like, you know, like, a strong kombucha. Levels of alcohol is always what I imagine, because, like, you know, 1 or 2%. I've learned that archaeologists learned that... Sorry, that's just a funny sentence. That due to how Pompeii was preserved, they found many shops that sold finger foods and wine. Basically, Romans had fast food shops, which sold wine. Could you imagine just, like, walking into, like, a Mickey D's and getting, like, a cup of wine and a thing of french fries? It's pretty baller, if you ask me. Some ingredients are unknown. So it's just like modern day. I mean, what the fuck is I don't know, a Crunchwrap Supreme? Just like modern day. Once again, frog fryer. All right, so since we're getting our first migrant wave, I can now, oops, that's not what I was trying to do. I can now enable dwarf naming, and I have to make a squad, we'll currently make it no uniform, and we'll call this shirtless. So every single male dwarf that joins as part of this is going to be thrown into shirtless, and is going to have their shirt stripped. All right, so you have a shirt. You have a shirt. You have a shirt. You have a shirt. Is it just 4? I think it was just the 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. And then you are going to be assigned the naked squad. And then I'm going to go into armor, and I'm going to say... Actually, why don't I just do this? Because they're still considered owned. That's why. Armor. Just forbid everything, even though a lot of it's in the trading depot right now, which actually makes it difficult. Hopefully at some point I'll figure out a faster method of doing this. All right. Now that I've done that, I'm gonna unpause this. And delete, maybe not delete, but like boot everybody out of this squad. Fuck it, I'll just delete this squad. Be easier for right now. Boop. And then, military. Not bad. And all of the newbies, I'm actually going to move 2 woodcutters off of you and you. Throw them onto you and you. For miners, I'm going to start removing them from the bearded dwarves because they need to be in the military. I'm giving it to you. And it's just the only ones I have. Okay, fine. I'll keep you then for now. Okay. I'm not worrying too much about dye at the minute. We can heavy up the theming as we go. Whoever is what you're getting. You're not getting a woodcutter, Jam Jalopy, if you want a beard, because I just moved all the woodcutters over to ladies. Because the male dwarves are all joining the military, basically. I will have lady squads, but they will be separated. I don't know, pick somebody. Jam Jalopy. I'm also not going to do any dyeing this early. It's way too early. It's way too early. I need to get, like, a functional, not upset fortress set up first. And I need to make a giant death pit. I mean, come on. Well, I don't know what your priorities are, but mine are make big murder pit. Jam Jalopy, Jam Jafloppy, is a mortal door. That's a good name. He is inattentive to detail in his own work and does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. He works to square his natural tendency, of course, with his respective martial prowess. He accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He thinks that he's fairly important to the grand scheme of things, and he is quite ambitious. He has a greedy streak, and he finds helping others emotionally rewarding. He generally acts with an narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering skills, and he personally sees working hard as a foolish waste of time. That's not very Spartan of you. And likes cobaltite, rose gold, and sunstone, as well as giant mountain goat leather. Allosaurus monsters for their rhythmic undulations. I didn't even float the concept in my head, chat, of the Dino update adding more options to the demons. Because the demons are animal that exists, indoor fortress, mutated into scarier version of itself. Fuck. That is terrifying. Brontosaurus monster. That's all I have to say. Imagine just like breaking into hell and just getting an army of like Velociraptor monsters, and they're all tiny, but like scary. Oy. Not to mention the experiments, yeah, that too. Oh boy. Anyway, he's got tangled teeth and wide-set heliotrope eyes, which are sunken. Anyway, where was I? For the rhythmic undulations of words of the adoration of reason. When possible, he prefers to consume carrot wine, naff seeds, and round limes, and absolutely hates slugs. We should also check the most popular good. So chat, all 14 of the dwarves in this fort worship Vokar, Bury Witches, the Doom, blah blah blah, the god of murder. That's not even the biggest or the scariest though, Wawa. I think this might be the most monotheistic. I mean, I was about to say maybe we should make a temple to this god. I don't know, maybe we should make a temple to this god. What do you think? That might actually be the earliest religion demand I've had in like over a year. Around the murder pit. I mean, duh. Let's let them mine out this first and then we'll accept it. I could make it a dining hall / training area, maybe? First demon, Vibe God says, the first demon I saw was a Mossonoris made of diamond with undulating wings and deadly dust. That's fucked. People have said a lot of things about finding stuff made of diamonds recently. It's been a while since I've seen anything made of diamond. So far, some of the dwarves seem to be taking this whole shirtless thing pretty okay. Some of them seem to be taking it not as okay, but that's fine. A thread I could spin? Nope. Do I have animals I can milk? No, I don't. I guess I just don't have wood. I guess the other thing I could do is I could make an ashery. And we could probably do some glazing. That's another thing I could do. You had a mammoth god? Oh, that's dope. That's pretty fucking cool. I'm going to make some bronze shields. Let's do 3 bronze shields, or 6 bronze shields? And 6 bronze spears. The challenge did forbid traps. Although I will use drawbridges for things, which actually is going to make catching animals quite difficult. Actually, you... We're going to throw you in here to make these, because you're my weaponsmith. And now you're napping. Wait, who was talking? So I'm gonna say upright spear traps are okay. And using traps as defense is okay. If chat wants to deny and give me a reason, say so now. The reason I'm personally saying that those are okay is it makes sense to me that I would have giant spikes at the bottom of a pit. That is the entirety of my reasoning. If you need better reasoning, please let me know. But that is the entirety of my reasoning. I don't really have a better reasoning or reason to elaborate. Aside from that, it would make sense to put spikes at bottom of big pit. And if you don't agree, I would like to know your reasoning. It's just conveniently placed spear storage. Yes. You could just dig a deeper pit. Sure. What if I already did that and I also want to have spears at the bottom of them? There is no such thing as a bottomless pit unless you're in Star Wars. Volchek Borak. It's just a very deep pit. It's not bottomless. It might as well be bottomless, but it's not bottomless. All right, so. What did it say that I'm allowed to use leather armor? Sagas, building walls, recreation, domain gods, methods of dropping liaisons, maimed dwarves, if ever evicted. Only spears, swords, wrestling, helms, and shields. Am I allowed to do leg armor? I'm not going to make it go all the way to hell. Just gonna state that right now, albinos. They have shin guards in the... I feel like I should be allowed greaves. What if instead of walls you make a natural choke point at the top of the narrow pass? I mean, I'm doing that. I mean, I don't know what this is if not that. Are we basing this on the film or reality? Not reality. At least not really on reality. Because I'm thinking greaves, gauntlets, boots, helms, basically everything but breastplate. Which is based on the film, which is also based on a version of the game from 2014 or earlier. YouTube chat is saying they very much had leg armor. I don't want to rewatch 300, but I might go look at some screenshots of 300 later just for research purposes. What? Olin Keypillars has been appointed to the position of Baron of Clinch Lantern. Dakost Channel Flares has been appointed to the position of Diplomat of the Boat of Seizing. Who are these people, and are they even in my fort? No, they're not. Why are you telling me this game? The Fuggles just happened. Where the heck is Clinch Lantern? The Rim of Crying is that group. Okay. I have no idea. All I know is it happened like west of me, but I'm not totally sure why it's telling me this. Became the mayor of the Vessel of Locks, replacing Ushrir. The army of Seas Sculpture Sang? Branderthen invaded them? Army of Anglazak? It isn't even a resident, yeah, which is I was like, why are you telling me this? I mean, it's major changes in the fortress's ruling, but doesn't really matter much at this point. I'm just going to go into here and make a few more wood furnaces. Let's make bricks. I'm getting raided soon. That is not true, but you can say that all you like. I'm not going to get raided until I have the population to get raided. Unless something wild happens. Although, why is my frame rate dropping? Down to 23. That seems not normal. No, it went back up. Strange. Oh, maybe it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Kias on the map. Maybe? Just maybe? I'm actually going to put this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dwarves on duty, and I'm going to say metal armor, but I'm going to customize this. Uniform replaces... Oh, no. Unless I want them training naked. Do I want them training naked? Let's say uniform worn over clothing. Yeah, okay. And then this will have to be changed. No armor. And weapon spears. And we'll call this partial spear. Save and confirm. Partial spear. Let's get them training. Pause the game again. I guarantee you it's these Kias coming for us. Guarantee you that's the reason. Naked training would be historically accurate. Yeah, but it's not mentally healthy for these poor fuckers who I'm already abusing to all hell. Like, I'm already kind of saying, yeah, dwarves, you can't have shirts, which is already disturbing a bunch of them. Although, is it really going to disturb them more than they're already being disturbed? Like, they're already being disturbed. Like, how much worse can I make it? Like, really? I can't make it that much worse. Oh, there we go. You gonna go wrestle a Kia to death? Good luck there, dwarf. Let's make another shield. Let's go get another shield. Boop, you have a shield now. You're gonna make us another one of these. Well, scars are cool, but I have to kill them if they can't fight anymore. So if they get any major injuries, I do have to kill them, which is why I'm building a very steep, deep pit for the big drop ceremony. But God forbid we show nips. My dwarves are showing their manly nipples very loudly and proudly. God forbid we give any of our items away to a Kia, though. You know, the world isn't, like, gauged in pre-America and post-America. Some people just don't care in modern day, to be honest. Who cares what America thinks? Also, chat, I just want you guys to know that we're only $20 US away from the daily minimum, which is pretty close. Which is $45 closer than we were yesterday. So. Oh, I will be burying them. Absolutely, Romanoid. I'm not going to be leaving them unburied. I just have to kill them. It doesn't even say how I kill them. I just have to kill them. If they can't fight things, then I have to kill them.
That pilot guy 89 cheered. X100. America is often wrong about many things.
Humans often wrong about many things. Oh, also, another reason why I decided specifically to not do Untamed Wilds on this, strictly, aside from me just being kind of tired of playing Untamed Wilds, having played a lot of it recently, the other reason I've decided to just not play Untamed Wilds is I'm not allowed to have crossbows. So if I'm not allowed crossbows, there ain't no fucking way in hell I'm playing an Untamed Wilds map. So if I get attacked by a bunch of giant birds, that would be hell. Okay, so now that you've killed that Kia, go back to this route. And I'm going to make a butcher shop right here. Let's see if we can butcher these. I doubt it. I'm not super hopeful, but we'll try. Sweet. Add shield skill to close distance with ranged foes. I don't know. I will use catapults. Let's say refuse. Yeah, just ignore vermin remains. It is mangled, so I'm not super hopeful. I do have some unemployed dwarfs who are just mostly annoyed at the lack of chairs, which is fairs. How much coal do I have? Yeah, no, it's fuck it. Let's just start. Let's make 50. Let's get to that. Okay, how are we doing on these Kias? Yeah, there's just kind of a lot of them. They'll go away after a bit. We'll just get these doors back to training. Let them work with their spear and their shields and their wrestling. It's honestly like dodging, I think, and shield that are going to be the most critical here. Can't they be butchered for skulls? I thought they could be. I'm pretty sure there's keel leather. Although mayhaps I'm mistaken. Curious, do I get 1 brick or is it 4 bricks? Actually can't remember if that's been changed or not. Why wasn't I involved? Oh, I love the way the caves look in ASCII, Psycho. I mean, the goblins are heavily invading the mountain home. I'll be right back. I need to think about it. All right, well, after a polite discussion with local rivals, Granititious, Word Crafts, has claimed the position of Queen of the Boat of Seizing. Long live the Queen. So, please tell me you don't like shirts. Well, she likes the color dark pink, billin. She likes yellow jasper, picks and bracelets, and the word of the periwinkle of t-shirts. Picks and bracelets. Well, that's okay. You putting her in the pit? I don't think so, no. I think we have to do the opposite, don't we? I mean, like, they didn't... Like, that... This isn't the French Revolution challenge, which is kill all nobles. Who died to make her queen? Well, if I go to the world and I go to news and rumors... The Fortress of Silvery's Hell? Silvery Shell has been actively getting attacked by the goblins here at Wiped Fly, and also Branded Earthen. They've been invading. And it's now no longer part of my faction, which it was. So... that. Yeah, now there's 3,000 goblins there. I wonder if I could reclaim it. Am I now the mountain home? No, I'm an outpost. I'm not the mountain home. The queen just lives here. Yes, I need to keep her for the lore, and probably not. Vibe God. Considering there is another video that I'm working on and 2 other forts before that that could easily be videos that were much more interesting, like, no, absolutely not. Generally, like, be surprised and happy when I work on a fortress and make it into a video. And if I make a video, then yay. I never will guarantee that something will or will not be a video until it's out. Well, these dwarves really want to pray to their god. So I think priority number 1 is I need to get a temple to this god built. That's it. Now, I know that I'm not supposed to smooth stuff, but I am just going to smooth stuff so I know where to put the walls. Actually, why don't I get rid of this zone? I'm just going to do this way. Also, what the fuck? I hate this stupid setting. There we go. All right, we'll just let them smooth that, and then I'll build over top of it. Is smoothing bad? It's not allowed in the challenge. I'm just using it to make a template. Is it bad? No, it's just, it's not what the rules permit. So I'm following what the game rules have given me. Also gonna need to figure out food and drinks soon. Probably just do a bunch of gathering initially. Need to chop down another avocado tree. Or 4. Wealth affects the amount of renown you get, which is how heavily the baddies attack you, and how many migrants you get. Smoothing improves things. That's not like an either or situation. That is just that's what smoothing does, and it specifically states no smoothing is permitted for the act of improving things, and that's what smoothing does. Smoothing doesn't have another purpose. If smoothing would be permitted if I'm then making a fortification, I think, but I would probably just build a fortification because it is pretty specific about smoothing. If you type in ! goal or challenge, it'll give you the details basically as to, let's just do 100. It'll give you the details essentially of what is and is not acceptable. And I'm just kind of rolling with that. And an ad is starting, so I'm just gonna wait. Well, I presume so. I mean, what else are they going to do? Idle villager? We're supposed to live that Spartan lifestyle, I guess. And if you're on the YouTube side, you're supposed, and you want to find the challenge details, click on the wiki link in the description. It should be pretty high up in the description. I don't know if there's any more animals I can shear, but if there are, let's do that. Yeah, smooth walls are harder to climb than rough walls. Rough walls are very easy to climb. And boulder constructed walls are very easy to climb, or pretty easy to climb. And what's the word? Brick constructed walls are harder to climb. Also, thank you very much for the $11.99 European money. I'd love to give more, since you do have to subtract almost 40% from the YouTubes because of conversions, and then also taxes, and then also YouTube's cut. Actually, it's more than 30%. It's probably closer to... It's probably closer to 50%, including taxes. But thank you, though. Well, and I'm glad that you like the YouTube content. Yesterday was fine. I was just really tired also. So Vibe God in YouTube chat throws 12 European monies into the YouTube chat and says, would love to help more if I could, since your DF content is among the best on YouTube. This can help. Hope this can help make up for yesterday somewhat. Yesterday was fine. I was just exhausted. I was just exhausted. But you know, it happens to the best of us. Kill this motherfucker for not staying in his formation. I'm not going to murder dwarves for being left-handed. But that is a really funny take. That is a really funny thing to point out. I'm just gonna throw armor in there. But only bronze, steel, and iron. Copper. Oopsies, I screwed that up. I thought I clicked twice, but I didn't. So somebody sent me a post on Discord recently. This was a post that was through Reddit, which I found very amusing, and I'm going to read it out loud because I was just thinking about this. Just for credit here, this was sent to me by ClinoDev, but it's a screenshot of a Reddit post, which reads the following. As much as I love Blind, his level of expertise with engineering projects is too much for me. The most I have been able to do so far underground has been underground rivers and intentional floor collapses and mist generators. His other projects require you knowing very well the mechanics of the game. I think it should be much easier in the new version, but I can't imagine how hard it must have been to make those projects in ASCII. I got better at the game when the graphics came out. Spoilers. It does show that there needs to be a certain level of skill to truly do those projects. I want to know what projects he's talking about. Also, literally saying, like, has a hard time watching me because I'm too good, which is funny to me. Ranger Rick, is the captain available? I don't know. I mean, y'all making demands? Like, I'm just sitting here, like, getting forced into having a friggin' queen that I don't want. And now you're just like, make me my own squad. And to which point I have to say, fine if you insist. Sorry if the sass. But, like, I'm pretty sure if you want a, like, somebody who isn't named yet.
This is madness!
Madness? Yeet. This fortress is silly and I already have a queen, Stoned. How are you? He never feels discouraged, dislikes obligations, will try to avoid being bound by them, and is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He doesn't handle stress well, and he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. You wanted this, I didn't offer it. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, isn't particularly curious about the world, is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and tenses up when he's nervous and sticks his tongue out when he's trying to remember something, and dreams of creating great works of art, and personally respects the development of a skill and finds romance distasteful. And He likes horned silver and aluminum and picture jasper, as well as amber and giant anaconda bone. The color bronze, and quivers, floodgates, and scepters, and rabbits for their ears, and orcas for their coloration, and the words of the intricate book, and this, when possible, prefers consume. Main tester? Sure. And peach cider, and bumblebee royal jelly, and broad beans. And hates bark scorpions. He's married to Thob, the planter, and is a member of the Fatal Faith, as everybody else is, it seems. And I'm going to go over to this, and seems like everybody's got what they need. And what's the other thing I was going to do? What should I name your squad, Rick? Bonus points if you have an ancient Greece pun. Also, look at the name of the fortress for those of you who've tuned in recently. I'm very proud of this. I gotta be honest. It's called Ancient Greece. That's all. You did say if available, but you didn't give me an option. And you said when. Meaning, like, if none are available, I will wait, and I will not wait for you. That's not how this works. That's not the way this relationship works. Oh, I see. I need spears in here. And also, short swords. Cuts through Greece. What about ancient Greece? What'd you miss? Looks like you carved out a whole mountain. Only 2 levels. So does Degreaser. I'm making it so everybody in this fortress worships the god of death. So I am making a splat pit in a temple dedicated to the god of death. What? You don't need to... Okay, 1, Ezekiel Omega, you don't need to mod the game at all to do that. And 2, no, that sounds boring. I don't want to do, like, a 6-month, like, generations for it or, like, no migration for it. That's not fun to me. If that's fun to you, you can do that. I'm good. Hello, Weed, how are you? Bark, 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 bark. I know what you mean when you say that, Charbold. In my mind, that just means it's got to go fast mods. Oh, our Ezekiel Omega in YouTube chat just said, should do a dead civ mod, or run, I guess is what they mean, where you soft cap the fort at 20, and then the first 2 waves, and then only accept visitors choosing to stay. No, I will not do that. Maybe in 20 years when I'm super bored. But for the time being, no, absolutely not. I'm good. Hard pass on that. What is the best option to get rid of giant Kias? Don't play on the surface if you have giant Kias and forget that the surface exists. Build Mark's dwarves and bolts and hide. And don't go anywhere near the trees for any reason. If you're playing on Untamed Wilds and you have giant Kias or just giant birds in general, you're just kind of SOL and you have to deal with it. What's a Kia? It's a type of car. It's also a bird that steals things. And the only thing it its only goal in life is to fly into your stuff and steal your stuff. Like this. But a giant Kia is a big version of that, which means they're playing on an Untamed Wilds biome, which means the map wants them to die. Also, I should take these squads off of squatting and let them do other things. Because I need more hands. Such as making charcoal, amongst other things. Making bricks out of clay. What do I use lead for? Usually furniture. Back in the ASCII days. Yeah, they were one of the few animals that used to attack you back in the day. These are dwarves, not humans, and Dwarf Fortress doesn't process, like, poisoning from materials the way that it would if these were humans. Let's see what this clay looks like. Content, my game is vanilla. The only quality of life stuff I use is the occasional dfhack command, but I have all of the automations that dfhack provides disabled. Because, like, none of the quality of life mods really do much for me. I guess the Kias are back. Yep. Great. Let's go stab them as best we can. That, or I could literally just grab these two and just do this. Say go kill Kia. I didn't know that Apple was making IKEA. That's crazy. So the annoying thing about this is they are going to just, like, take off and land, and I'm going to have to just deal with that. That is the annoying thing about that. Bramble Bodkins, thank you very much for the brand new subscription. Appreciate you. Chat, can I get a round of beers? For the brand new sub from Bramble Bodkins. Very fun name to say, too. Whole fort revolving around Swedish meatballs and, like, flat packed furniture. Exasperated when caught in the rain. Oh, great. You know, these dwarves are happier than I thought they would be. Like, kind of significantly happier than I thought that they would be. How you doing, Laya? How's things? Were you able to get the problems that you were having with Twitch sorted? I think you were. Able to, but I can't quite remember. I mean, nobody's died in front of anybody. Actually, nobody's died. Like, Kia are annoying, but like it's not the worst. They're just stealing gems after all. Okay, so they're all just making blocks and stuff. I'm just gonna take off of this because I would like you to. Okay, I was gonna say go mine, but it's just too many jobs, which makes sense. Make clay bricks, make charcoal, make rock blocks. Okay, well they're clearing through the rock blocks pretty quick. Because they don't get to see or hear. If you've got like dwarves dying early enough that it's disturbing dwarves early game, you've got bigger problems than a couple dwarves being upset. I hate to break it to you, but you got bigger problems. We get wives? I didn't get the memo on this one. 6. What is the sweet fort for? I don't know. Certainly not getting wives. No, we sacrifice people if they are maimed in this fortress. So if they lose the ability to hold a weapon, or if they need to use a crutch forever and they can't heal, then we throw them into the murder pit. You guys have wives? That's the right response. So Artheus in YouTube chat says, I just skimmed the rules. Are you having as much fun playing this as I am reading the rules? I don't know. How much fun are you having reading the rules? Probably. I'm not sure how to answer that. If you're having a lot of fun reading the rules, then probably similar. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I'm actually going to deconstruct this. And this. And just get more dwarves working on this. So let's just go make kiln. 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 Maybe just 2. The other thing I'm going to do actually is I'm going to type in UBS. Make a rock short sword. We're going to make 30 of them. We're running low on drink. So I'm just going to queue up a still. We're going to have to do just a big old gather job. Something like that. Maybe make a little gather fruit zone right here, except nick that first one. So they'll go gather plants, but also they'll gather plants. And then I can brew some drink from plant and then brew some drink from fruit once they get back over here with all those fruits. I'm just going to use them for training. Until I can get other things. Mostly because if they're going to get attached to something, it might as well be obsidian. I really hope that the god of murder is a Kia. Because I'm already upset with these Kias. They keep showing up and stealing my stuff. All right. Got a bunch of construction tasks done. Doing that over there. Could also just let them use the obsidian short swords, which are these. They do kind of look rad. I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes I wonder if I even have one, Laya. If it does, all it does is hurt. It's been broken too many times. There ain't much left of it. That would be the god of thieving. True, actually. We do have a god of thieving, too. I should probably make some engravings just to see how that god is depicted. Or, like, look to see how that god is depicted. I am going to need a lot more migrant waves. I'm also kind of amazed that the queen isn't pissed off at me just yet. Just because, like... You know, I've done so little to try to satisfy any of her needs. And that's kind of shocking to me. Making rock short swords. You know what? Actually, let's just make 15 more. I don't actually need that many right now. Lead crutches. I think you can. Yeah, I've made lead splints and crutches before under the guise of strength training, but not that it actually really super matters. I'm going to go to creatures, livestock, and real quick. I've got some baby goats running around. I'm going to slaughter you, and I'm going to slaughter you. Because I got 2 baby male goat kids coming up. And I'm going to make a tanner. I realize this is just a mess, but that's fine for the minute. I have a question. Why would being a starting dwarf make you more resilient with the weather? Basically, like, if dwarves get trauma or witness traumatic things, then they dwell on it. And dwelling on it, if it's a negative thought, will continue to be negative. If it's a positive thought, it'll continue to be positive. But eventually they'll resolve that thought, and it'll either have an ongoing negative impact or an ongoing positive impact. And you kind of don't know. So if a dwarf is, like, dwelling upon being without a shirt, and they're embarrassed dwelling upon being without a shirt, that could make them nervous and anxious. It could also make them stoic or zany. Like, if they get over it, they could gain a more positive trait on the back of it, and you don't really know until you get there. So, like, if they grumble mildly about the weather, that's fine, because that's just a one-off negative thought. Like, annoyed at the lack of chairs, one-off negative thought. Annoyed at the lack of sleeping on the grass, one-off negative thought. Exhilarated remembering getting into an argument, reoccurring positive thought that will have a impact on their personality in the future. That could be, that's going to be more likely to be positive because it's a very positive thought than negative. However, a negative thought can still have a positive effect in the future. But a positive thought can have a negative effect in the future. It can make them greedy, you know? It just is what it is. Although I was at a metal festival this past weekend, and there was a bunch of crust punks in one area of camp that were all just sleeping on mattresses completely exposed to the weather, and none of them brought anything except for the clothes that they were wearing. They all drove, like, hatchbacks, and 4 of them showed up in one hatchback with 2 mattresses in the back, and they just slept on those 2 mattresses on the grass. And, you know, I kind of respect it. You had a lesbian dwarf legendary stoneworker. The last two lesbian dwarves I noticed in a fort, one of them got really mad and punched a statue and turned into a vampire. And after I was done laughing, I built a wall around her. But I found that way funnier than I think I probably should have. But I did find it very funny. Yeah, I mean, I made a 30-minute video ages ago, a good couple years ago, explaining how they work. I mean, Sal knows a lot about this game, and so do I. I'm not totally sure why you're telling me that, unless you're just telling chat that. Because, I don't know. It's not rude, I'm not sure why that's relevant necessarily. There's also, like, multiple pages on the wiki explaining how they work. I guess I'm just not sure why I would think that is rude that you brought it up, and also I'm not sure why it matters. But I'll be honest with you, I don't like creators I don't like being brought up in my chat, which is a pretty small list, so you're probably safe. Time does fly away. Absurd. You have a good later rest of your day. We'll be on tomorrow, normal time. There we go. I got some extra free hands now. There we go. Got an ad break coming in 40 seconds. I will pause the game when the ads start. We also have a decent supply of booskies coming up again, which is good to see. That's a good question. That aren't already named? The unnamed dwarves that current... that's one. Zuri Arcabane. Did I spell that right? It looks wrong to me. If I fucked it up, please tell me. Yes, you can. You can do custom labors. Hold up. Are you in an ad, Chayuridia? If you don't respond, I will assume you're in an ad. I think it's the font difference, but it looks wrong to me. But I'll believe you. If you say it's right, use knows bests. Also, could somebody in chat please tell Shaya Uridia that you can in fact do custom labors while I read this description? She finds helping others emotionally rewarding and is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. She finds the humor in most situations. She is very humble and she likes a little excitement now and then. She rarely feels discouraged and she does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this. She values artwork and its creation. She doesn't tend to hold on to grievances and she doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She begins to talk more slowly when she's angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy. And she dreams of mastering skill and personally treasures independence, sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Thanks, Idle Villager. I'll show you where it is in the UI. In regards to that. You click this gear. So you could add new work detail, and then you click the gear. And then you can add all the different skills you want to it. And then you could be like, I don't know, this is specifically, I don't know, the milking job. Although, this is just me. I don't actually recommend messing with that too much. No, it's not in the name anymore. It sort of is, but it sort of isn't. So, like, if you go to labor, you can assign custom labors to it. But if I click Spartan, the custom labor here, and I go here and I go to Spartan, it says, oops, that's siege weapons. It'll say only selected do this unless I manually go back over here and do this. Everybody does this. Sorry about that. So if you go through and just like set it to only select to do this, and then you make a bunch of specific ones, you can be very, very granular about it. I don't like doing it that way, so you won't see me doing it that way. The Spartan labor here is literally just everything. Like literally everything, with the exception of stuff that requires uniforms. So everything with the exception of mining and woodcutting and hunting. Yeah, that just snuck up on me. Came out of nowhere. Didn't even see it coming. Nor did I feel it coming. Nor did I smell it coming. It just happened. But if you like to be very granular, which means you play the game a little different than me, then you can absolutely delve as deeply into that stuff as you want. I always get a weird little bit of FOMO / nostalgia around this time of year, because I'm getting a bunch of pings right now saying that TwitchCon tickets are on sale, and that makes me kind of sad, because I don't go to TwitchCon anymore. I'm trying to figure out, should I build the big murder pit in front of the temple or in the temple? Nope, not really. It just kind of happened. Outside the I think outside the temple might actually make it harder. I could build 2. And then connect them down at the bottom. So I will make the top half of this a dining hall. The bottom half of this a meeting place. Also, Clino, I don't know if you noticed, but I got bored of the previous fort, and we are delving deeply into the playstyle challenge. So we're building a Spartan fortress. I will say this once again, OSHA has absolutely no authority in this universe. And there's no such thing as an OSHA violation. The Profane Abbey. Temple of Murder. Red rum. All right, you, right? Let's bump you up. And this can be added to the Ruthless Coven. And the value is high enough already. I'm not going to let this be public. The Sacred Wickedness, which is not admittedly the most, like, Greek-sounding thing. Who should become the Sacred Wickedness, chat? I mean, Amos is shirtless and has Sacred Flatterer in his name, so maybe that. We could go with Azuri. I like how Azuri isn't suggesting Azuri. Although you are a competent liar and conversationalist, so that could be good. Let's go with Azuri. Unless she's got reasons as to not please me. Okay. You're now the Sacred Wickedness. The Temple of Question Mark's value. It is going to take them a while to get over there, though. All right, so I've got some yak leather, some goat leather, and I'm very slowly building a roof on this thing. Very slowly. So I'm not allowed to build city walls, but I'm not going to fully follow that rule. I'm going to follow the spirit of it. I don't know if I'm going to fully follow it. And what I mean when I say that is I'm going to build walls to make choke points, but I will not put like a gate or doors blocking the entrance of the fort. But I will use walls to help funnel things. If you want to complain, please complain now or forever hold your peace. These dwarves are being pretty efficient about this, actually. It's a multiple choice complaint box. You know, like there's a little slip by the door over at the entrance of chat, and you can file your complaint on the list. If it's not there, then choose the other option, and we'll be confused as to what your complaint was in detail, because we'll just be like, well, what's the complaint? Other. Okay. Also, Shark Jumping Walrus, hello in the YouTube chat. It's good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. And if someone wants to help me make a thumbnail using something from 300 Spartans, I tried a little bit last night and then again this morning and wasn't able to make anything look not terrible. So I just kind of just didn't. But if anybody wants to try their hand at making a Spartan-themed... You know what? I could just build stairs here. If anybody wants to try their hand at making a Spartan-themed thumbnail thing, I wouldn't be against that idea. Let's just get this done first. Okay, so you up here, we're just going to do this again. Doing this the giant zombie sponge style of just one brick at a time. Bonus points for a Minotaur. The problem is I'm not allowed to use traps. So catching things is going to be, I don't want to say impossible, but very unlikely. Black Tower? Kinda? I don't know. It's a temple to the god of murder. If it's not a giant spire of blah, then what's the point? You know? Like, genuinely. I should also probably make bedrooms at some point. I haven't fully decided if I want bedrooms to be, like, mostly underground or not. Like, underground would be safer. For a Minotaur, you could break the rules? Sure, but I'm not allowed to build walls, so how would I stop it from getting into the fort long enough to be able to make a Minotaur catching tile? Well, it's not fun. I mean, it's like, even in, like, the, oh, losing is fun sense, like, no, it'll just be the Minotaur will show up and die if a Minotaur shows up. I can make a statue of a Minotaur. Slash spawn Minotaur. Cheater! Also, now that I've said Red Rum, it's reminded me that I need to get myself a copy of The Shining, because I've never actually read the book. I really like the movie. So I should read the book at some point. Although I want to find a used copy of it. Because the older printings look so much better than the new ones. Oh my god. I open up my email because it's like, you've got new emails, and it's like, I've got a dozen emails in a row all from Slytherin. Apparently Slytherin is announcing everything. Slytherin being the War Games studio, publisher, people. First and only book that gave you goosebumps? Huh. I remember Carrie scaring the ever-living shit out of me, but I read that book when I was, like, a teenager. So, it was kind of a while ago. Cheating in a single-player game? For your own amusement? Unforgivable. I guess that means I'm going to hell then, because I've used Cheat Engine in Grand Theft Auto games. And various other trainers and stuff. I shall never be forgiven. Although, admittedly, I never did it in any of the Grand Theft Auto games that had multiplayer. It was like San Andreas, at least not multiplayer I had played. I did that in San Andreas, Grand Theft Auto 3, and Vice City were the ones that I putzed around and cheated with in Cheat Engine. And then I played around with 4 a little bit, and because of its anti-cheat, it wouldn't let me use Cheat Engine, so I honestly didn't play that one for very long because I kind of got bored. I was like, oh, well, I can't use my cool toys? Well, I don't want to play this. What do you mean I can't have unlimited money for a bit when I'm bored and just want to go blow shit up? And then I found the cheats, but, like, still kind of didn't do it for me. I like to be able to customize my cheats for games like that. You're easily scared and barely engaged with actual horror. No, you kind of like the genre. You very rarely goosebumps. I mean, I talked about this earlier today, but I watched a spooky movie yesterday. I watched The Backrooms yesterday. That movie isn't very scary. I'm sure it would be harrowing if you were a younger child, but for me, like, as an adult, I found that movie very entertaining, and it kind of hit me right in that oof, that one's personal in a few spots. There's some commentary about growing up in the current decade that's like, yeah, no, I feel that, even though a few years past that. So, honestly, good movie. That proves, in one sentence, 2 things to me, Casico. 1, you don't watch a lot of horror. 2, fair. Like, jump scares are shit. I think that's like the worst part of horror. But, like, that is not a lot of horror. You've been jump scared too much. Okay, so you've played Five Nights at Freddy's. I get it. But trust me, that is not a large percent of horror. Especially, like, the more artsy modern stuff. Like, there's... I used to know somebody who streamed on Twitch, and he would speedrun horror games. And I once asked him, I'm like, what is the scariest game for jump scares you've ever played? Because I was just curious, because he was speedrunning Outlast at the time. And his response quite literally was Counter-Strike. Because the scariest thing in the world is being fully zoomed in on a sniper rifle, bunny hopping around a corner and it filling up with a gun and then dead. So, you know, a well-designed jump scare is all about anticipation and then it ends. And usually the thing that you're anticipating is scarier than the actual, like, thing you see. In the way I deal with stuff I don't like in horror is I just turn the volume down. I literally just grab the remote and just turn the volume down. Like, if there's something happening where I'm just like, oh, this is gonna be loud, is usually my actual concern. Is like, I don't want, like, there to just be violent screaming coming from my apartment, and then my neighbors downstairs be like, what the fuck? So, like, there's points in movies where I'm just like, I'm gonna half the volume here because, like, whatever's about to happen is gonna be loud, and it goes, bah, and I go, ah, it got me, okay, and then I move on with my life. I think you are like me 10 to 15 years ago, Kesico. Because I used to say all the things that you say. Now I just love all of it. Because jump scares are shitty horror. And if you're watching decent horror and they do a jump scare, they'll do it well. And it'll be earned. And by earned, I mean using camera tricks, clever framing, and audio cues. They get you all tense, and then something happens. I think the biggest jump scare for me in the backrooms was a literal seagull. Like a fucking seagull. But I digress. I love Alien. Alien's great. Super fun movie. My dad hates Alien. Talks about how that movie ruined his life. But, you know. I give it a thumbs up. It's like a 7 out of 10. It's not a perfect movie, but as somebody who really likes horror movies, I quite enjoyed The Backrooms. I thought it was a lot of fun. How does a movie ruin your life? Oh, I don't know. My dad's just dramatic. He mostly just talked up for a while about how he didn't trust going to go see movies for a really long time because he wasn't sure what to expect because the marketing was kind of ambiguous. And like movie ratings weren't what they are now, where you didn't really know how violent a thing was going to be before you got there and stuff like that. So I like horror film directors who have jump scares, but the jump scares are always like not actually scares, or a horror director that throws a jump scare out at the very beginning of a movie and then the rest of the movie has no jump scares but acts like it's going to have jump scares. That's how I like it when they do use jump scares. Like, that's my favorite way for them to get used. It's just like we're just going to spook you with something early so you expect it and then don't do it again. And then it's like 2 thumbs up. Like, give me more of that. That stuff's great. A good example of that I could think of is probably the same director as The Witch, Dracula's Story. What's the name of that movie? My brain is putty. Nosferatu, that's what I'm looking for. Thank you. It's like, what, 2023, 2024? There is a jump scare in the first, like, 3 minutes of that movie. And then, like, not for the rest of it. There's, like, a few things that are kind of jump-ish, but, like, it's always something silly that pops up. I fucking love that shit. Schrodinger's jump scares, that's one way to put it. If Have I put enough effort into this tower yet, chat? That's my question. Is the THX intro? Oh yeah, and you're just like running for the remote because you don't want to wake your mom up because you don't want your mom to know that you're watching a movie late at night that you're not supposed to be watching. And so you like the THX logo comes up and you're like, no, 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 and then you get yelled at. It's the worst jump scare. It's like the worst jump scare is like the dial-up modem turning on when you're not supposed to be on the computer. God is taught. Thank you very much for the 43rd month. Check, can I get a round of beers for 43 months of time supporting the channel? Appreciate you, mate. Chuck, can I get a big round of beers? Alan Wake's 2 old ladies jump scares were the worst. You know, I'll be honest. I like movies that are horror. I really like horror films. I'm very mixed on horror games. Firemaster Bill also gets a round of beers for the brand new Prime subscription. Appreciate you, mate. Like, I'm pretty mixed on horror games. I love horror movies. It's not that they can be too immersive. It's like, I like a horror movie because they're usually like 100 minutes long. And it's a short thing usually, with a beginning, middle, and end, usually. Yes, there's things like Insidious and stuff that just kind of just have sequel after sequel. But most of them are just kind of here's a one and done. It's a short thing. It's a thought. It's big brain and philosophical in a lot of cases. It's easy to overanalyze, and it touches on things that other parts of media often don't. And it's over. A horror video game is like 6 hours minimum. Maybe if it's a really short one, like 2. And that's already more time than I'm willing to put into most things, let alone a horror experience where once you've seen the big bad thing, it's probably not going to be as scary going forward. And that sucks, in my opinion. I don't like that very much. If they don't scare you, they bore you? That's fair. To me, I think horror, it's kind of like metal. You kind of have to be into really weird aspects of music to like metal. I really like some very weird aspects of music, so I really like metal. But I could totally see why somebody wouldn't. And it makes sense to me why people don't. That being said, horror, you just kind of have to be into some of the more meta aspects of film. If you enjoy good set design and effects, horror is much easier to get into. Because the movie doesn't even need to be scary. It just needs to be creatively constructed. And I think, like, the thing that's pushed me to horror movies is just the fact that fucking modern movies are kind of boring. Alan Wake is just dark and suspensey and has some jump scary moments in it and kind of bridges a lot of genres, but, like, it certainly tries to startle and spook and amuse and entertain, which is a pretty classic trope of horror. Startle, confuse, and amuse. I'm spending way too much time on all of this, but we'll see how this goes. Use stream to fall asleep. Enjoy the snoozing. Appreciate you for tuning in. Thank you much. Don't talk bad about metal. Aluminum is my favorite. Do I need to show the footage of me in the mosh pit from this weekend again? When am I talking bad about metal? What? Like, I did literally go to a metal festival this weekend. This past weekend. All right, so let's get this whole thing knocked down another level. I mean, the best way to get rid of eggs from being gathered is remove them from cooking and remove them from all your food stockpiles. But if they're all tame, I just lock the door usually, yeah. That's usually what I do, Nick Paw. Lock the nest box behind a door. Yep. Once it's laid. Or even before. Like 2 hens and 2 roosters, a nest box, and lock the door. Just wanted to pop by and say thanks for the content. Well, cheers, Firemaster Bill. Thanks for the prime. Did I flatten a huge chunk of hill? Flattening a huge chunk of hill. I would almost say that I spent too much time in Untamed Wilds biomes, so now I'm overcompensating by just like flattening shit, because I'm like, I can, and the nature won't attack me as much. Aside from the Kias, but it's a unique case. They take all the eggs too? Yeah, I would just remove them from your like food stockpile. Because if you just remove them from your food stockpile, like if you just go here and just type in egg, just go egg and just go boop, then like they'll never touch any of them. So even if they're set to cook, unless there's no food in your food stockpile, they won't beeline all the way over to your food. Why 15 pop 5 hours deep? Well, I streamed for an hour and 40 minutes listening to music for the first bit and then trying to figure out exactly what the rules for the challenge was. Then we embarked, which took an hour, maybe? Can somebody explain to PewFlu why that question is silly, I guess? If you let your dwarves choose their own weapons, they'll pick the ones that they're best at using. They'll pick the highest value one that's available. That's actually a much better, or at least not a Fortress playtime. That's a much better explanation, Kisco. Or wouldn't an IKEA just be a Kia with a Steve Jobs face? Majestic? Your kobolds are blown off a cliff. That doesn't happen. So something pushed them or caused them to jump. A collapse? Oh, that'll do it. Oh, I see. Oh no, your miners got launched off a cliff into the water and died. Rip. I'll have you know, my ass has a degree. And what? I don't know, I haven't asked. But Pew Flu, we're not at 5.5 hours of playtime. I mean, the intro of my stream is about an hour, where I just blab and let people tune in. And then after the intro's done, we then talked about like what the challenge was going to be and how it was going to work, and refined some rules. And then I did the embarking process, which, you know, was like about an hour in and of itself. So I think like at this point we're at about maybe 2.5 hours of playtime in this fort, and the population being 14. Well, we started in midsummer, and we've had one migrant wave. It's mid-spring, so we haven't had a second migrant wave yet. You tend to tune in and out. I mean, hey, so do I, which is why sometimes I stare at the screen and go, for a bit. I'm sorry, why is that unfortunate? I take my time and enjoy the game? Why is it... I'm sorry, is your only, like, concept of how to play a game on the no migrant wave? We've had one! We haven't hit the time of year when the second one shows up. What? Like, what? I'm so confused, man. Actually, no, we've had two, haven't we? Yeah, I'm pretty sure we've had... I think, like, you're probably one of those people that plays at 170 FPS and then just clicks through all the options and doesn't think about what you're building. If you think that me taking my time and playing slowly is unfortunate. Speaking of metals, there's aluminum here. That's kind of cool. Don't know what I'm going to do with that, but... I have no idea what that means. Tibbing. You probably just use the default character in all RPGs, too. Oh, okay. It's a word I've never seen written nor read before, so... Learn something new every minute, apparently. How annoying is it to make a magma pump? You have glass? Just forbid everything that isn't a material that you want to use in your pump while you're actually building the pump. So just like make glass blocks, make glass tubes, make glass pipes or corkscrews, and then just build it all at once and forbid everything else and just use nearest. We'll see when we get there, Pewflu. We're in early game right now. I will do what I always do, which is mitigate it as it happens, and we won't know until we get there. I don't know how the frame rate is going to be, period. So it might be fine. I've had 400 dwarves before and 0 FPS issues. I've had 70 dwarves before and the frame rate tanks. So we'll worry about that when we get there. What's my processor? Why does it matter? Who cares? Exclamation point specs. What is your quest? What is your favorite color? That's a much more pressing and important question, clearly. Although I will say the 18 terabytes of hard disk space is out of date. Because that's mostly my server now. And in my other computer. That's for the lazy people in the world, Sky Ace. Have I played terrible knockoffs of Dwarf Fortress? Unfortunately, yes. Charbold. I never understood the appeal of Nomoria. Kind of for the same reason I don't understand the appeal of a lot of the games that are just like, it's RimWorld, but... Zayla Corp, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Yeah, I never fully understood why people play or played No Moria. Seems strange. It's Dwarf Fortress with less mechanics and isometric graphics. And gnomes. But Dwarf Fortress also has gnomes. It lasted about 10 minutes. I do have to say that if you're going to play No Moria now, don't buy it. Just go play Innomia, which is the open source version. And if you enjoy it, go contribute to Innomia, which once again is the open source version. The biggest credit I can give that the people who made No Moria is they did open source it when they stopped working on it. So that is like the best thing that I can really say about that game. Is they earned kind of a lot of respect for doing that at the end. All right, that's the pointy tower. Also, chat, can I get a big, massive wall of beers for Zalia Corp with the brand new Prime sub? Thank you very much. I love how that's how things are automatically harder, Mark Lloyd. I don't want to debate this with you, but I don't agree that that makes it harder. I have it, yeah. I mean, it's the same people. I already have. I've had key for it for a minute today. I might play it. The full embargo lifts on the 28th, which means I can be honest about how I feel. Because right now it's just preview time, so you can't be truly honest at this moment. But once the full permission to be blunt is up, I might take a look at it. Cheers, Idle Villager. In regards to Corsair Cove, but it's the same people who made the original Tropico games, so I think, or maybe it was just some of the later ones. Actually, I should check that. Well, Hooded Horse is just a very, very, very nicely ethical publisher, so I like working with them or doing stuff with their games because I have faith in them to not, you know, screw us over. So it's hard to put it, but I have a lot of faith in the stuff that they publish generally. KSP2. I didn't play KSP really or KSP2, but yes, that. I read that as asparagus. Asparagus? Who looks like an asparagus to you? I am a little sick, by the way, which is why I was super tired yesterday. I have like a mild headache and a mild sore throat and a mildly runny nose because I was at a music festival this past weekend, so it's definitely something there. Zulban looks like an asparagus. Zulban. Pretty metal, Brucey G. She is very friendly and always tries to say nice things to others. She dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. She forms strong and emotional bonds with others, at times to her detriment, and is quite polite. She often feels envious of others and can handle stress. She tends to be passive in discussions and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. She generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and she tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. She begins to talk in a hushed whisper when she's angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedies. It's funny, we haven't really had any tragedies yet, but I guess it's just all the mild things stacking up that's making you used to tragedy. She dreams of crafting a masterwork, and this dream was realized. Holy balls, that was fast. Meditate on murder. She likes pudding stone, billen, and red diamond, as well as rhinoceros wool, woolly rhino wool, and pikes, as well as crowns and soybean plants for their milk. And the words of the periwinkle of teachers. Can I make soy milk in dwarf word? I don't actually know. Anyway, for their milk, and the words of the periwinkle of teachers, and the sound of the brand of gold, and when possible prefers to consume giant orca, plum wine, one-humped camel's milk, purple amaranth flour, and can't stand leeches. And of course worships the god of murder. Cross your fingers for my voice, chat. Jesus. Hey, Celobike. It's good to see you, man. Although maybe I read that as asparagus because I do actually have asparagus, which I'm going to eat tonight. Asparagus and lemon pinto beans. Me excite. I think the sub ran out. Celobike. It's all good, though. I'm gonna get rid of that. I'm going to probably get rid of that, but let's just make, not bone bolts. I can make bone bolts as a trading good. Let's make bone figurines. And totems. And we'll decorate with horn. We're just going to try and use up all these pieces. And you. Let's try this. Try this. Yeah, it's early summer. No, I'm just making the figurines and trying to decorate them with horn. This is kind of the goal. So because I'm just staring at this and I feel the need to respond to it, Arcloid says that No Moria is harder than Dwarf Fortress because you have to use specific tools for everything. I would asterisk that and say No Moria is somehow significantly more tedious than Dwarf Fortress because you have to use tools, and it drives me nuts. And because in many ways it's Dwarf Fortress with significantly less mechanics, it just feels worse, in my humble opinion, to play. I'm going to go to you and say... short swords, and call this partial sword. Confirm. So now I've got one squad training using spears, and one squad training using obsidian slapsticks. Can't let them get rusty, can we? Because the next thing we need to do is build a better space for our dwarves to live. And hope that we get more migrants. Let's definitely hope that those migrants find their way in, because damn it, I need them. I also need to take their shirts off, but that's besides the point. So, chat, there ain't too much I can do at the moment. What are you guys planning this weekend? You up to anything interesting? Playing any new games in the last week? Have you done anything cool? Seen anything fun? Watching movies recently? Read any good books? This is me going, I'm waiting for migrants, and there ain't much I can do until then. Pal World 1.0. Yeah, I guess that did hit 1.0, didn't it? Satisfied improving discipline. You want to fight? You want excitement? Excitement. You want to fight? Honestly, I think all that's a good sign. Dive or die. I don't know what that is. I want to imagine it's a swimming simulator. Completed Stalker Gamma Invictus Challenge run the other week. I don't know what that means, but I assume it's painful and difficult. But congrats. Theatrical release of your favorite musical, Hades Town. I'm assuming it's not based on the popular video game franchise Hades. Today there's a pop punk like free concert happening downtown that I'm kind of tempted to go to, but I'm probably not going to go. I'm probably just going to stay home and work because I've taken too much time off the past week. How's the war against elves going? We're at war with elves? I guess we're at war with elves. Haven't really seen much of it, to be honest with you. We're mostly at war with goblins because they just took over our, like, mountain home and killed our queen. So I inherited a queen at population 14. And apparently she wants picks and bracelets. Great. Which actually just means I need to go here. Make a smelter. Long live the queen indeed. I personally think that at some point we need to petition Bay 12 Games to rename baby goblins from Goblin Child to Goblet. I just want to like make it clear that this is a position that I stand for and genuinely believe with at least 3 muscles in my body. A goblin. Gobbling is pretty good too, actually. Ryan Gobbling. No, that's just the baby geese, Gosling. I've named so many baby geese Ryan in this indoor fort. Probably shouldn't even admit. Just how many times I've done that? Speaking of, how are we doing over here? You want excitement, you want to pray, you want to acquire object, you want to fight. I mean, you are a queen, so I'm sure you'll be doing all of those things. Just not necessarily in that order. Lonely after being away from family and decent meals. You know, honestly, if I don't get decent food and I'm away from family, I also get upset. So you know what? That's very relatable, dwarf. That is very relatable. Goblet de fromage. Yes, certainly. The very French goblins. Spear dwarfs. You're a novice swords dwarf. You're learning to be a swords dwarf. You're trying to learning to be a swords dwarf. The funky thing here, though, is if I want stuff to be done quicker, I could just turn off all of these dwarves from training, right? But, you know, the good news is they do actually quite like the process of training generally, so I'm just gonna have to let that run. I'm still amazed that that one dwarf just got, like, yapped at by a black mamba and got away. Let's just do 3 rock bracelets and we'll just do those seasonally. For the queen? Most likely. I mean, having ears, like, not having ears doesn't necessarily stop you from being able to hear. You have to have your ears clapped pretty hard to not be able to hear. So I have a bunch of stuff to do with avocado wood, so let's go hack it down some avocado wood. Apparently I'm out of avocado wood. Can't have that. So it looks like we are just making a shit ton of figurines of dwarves. And muscles, apparently. Why muscles? Yakbone figurine of muscles. The item is an image of 2 muscles and yak bone. I would laugh pretty hard if this fortress does well on YouTube, because ancient Greece could be a common typo for ancient Greece. One of the funniest YouTube stories I've ever heard was a friend of mine who had a video go completely viral because he typoed one of his tags. And so it was a common enough typo that it was one of the highest search terms for that particular video game. And the game released and did quite well, and he just had a video that got 200,000 views out of fucking nowhere because, like, he typoed a tag. Your dwarves kept making muscle shell figurines of muscles. They must think about muscles a lot. Okay, so who's the happiest dwarf in this fort and how? Okay, so the manager is thrilled. Asparagus is also pretty happy. Queen could be better. The most upset dwarf is just kind of mid. And he was shocked after being attacked. He did get attacked by a snake. So I kind of can't blame him. What, ancient Greece and ancient Greece? So this fortress is called Ancient Greece. But it's spelled like motor oil, like greasing something. So in this, it's intended as not Greece as in Greek. The word is intended as in Greece as in like engine grease. It's like when I named a fortress Boulder's Gate. Or Subtle Scribe. To my YouTube channel. Kind of thing. Same vibe, but like, you know. There's also a Greece with a C. It's Greece or whatever. It's just another case of the English language is kind of fucked, and like that we just kind of accept it, I think, at this point. I set this as priority 1. Priority 1. Well, at least they're getting stuff done. You're still... It's been so long since I've actively had an expedition leader who is also hanging out with a queen. Like, expedition leader and also a queen. It's been a long time since I've had a fort like this. It's like, I know it happens kind of a lot, like people just inherit like royalty into a fort, but I feel like snake oil is a thing I've named a fortress before. Worm Delilah. I don't know. Ancient Greece was just too funny. I had to roll with it. I just had to roll with it. What was the tag? I'm trying to remember what the name of the game was, but it was a typo of the name of the game. Dawn of Man. But his typo was AWN of man, like on of man, but people missed the D. It got to the point where he tried repeatedly to do that with other games where he'd leave out the first letter of the first word. Tried it with Planet Coaster as well as Planet Zoo, and it never worked again like it did that time. There you go, Vivid Nights. You found the thing. All right, well, that's kind of a gaudy front door for the minute. I think that this is just going to be up on a platform, and everything else will be 2, maybe 3 Z levels down. At least 2, like down here. So now that we've built that, shall we expand? Let's get rid of you, get rid of you, get rid of you, get rid of you. And do all of these. Maybe lower priority, actually, instead of higher. So I'll keep digging. You can go away. And you can go all the way over to there and there. Except for this. This I will protect with my life. Because this is where I'm collecting my clay. And I want to keep my clay. It's kind of neat because Sparta had 2 monarchs at the same time. I don't actually know how Sparta's like ruling class worked, like at all. You're getting close to an ad break, so we'll let that run. Which is going to start in 2 seconds, 1 second, then I will pause the game. Unpause when the ads are done. And also, I just want to say a real quick thanks to those of you watching on the YouTube side of things. Don't forget to leave a like on the stream if you haven't done so yet. And to those of you over here on Twitch, thank you very much for just, helping keep the channel funded and all that stuff. Appreciate you guys. I kind of figured we would skip a year of migrants just because of when we started. So this makes kind of a lot of sense, which means we'll get another notification saying no migrants in probably fall, and then we'll get migrants again in the spring. I'm not worried at all about this. This almost always happens if you start in the middle of the summer, which we did, because it throws off the. Why would it be the end of stream? I've only been on for 6 hours. I mean, I'd love to end. If somebody wants to give me $100, I'll turn the stream off. No, because I'm tired and it's hot in here and not feeling awesome. No, it's we're just in an ad break, so I'm just waiting, vibing. What makes you think the stream's ending? I'm just saying thanks for people tuning in. Am I not allowed? Am I not allowed to be thankful around you people? They were fairly democratic. With an elder council that held power to him. Yeah, it was like a monarchy plus. Monarchy plus. It's almost kind of modern in a weird way. But anyway, hi Space Pants, how are you on this fine afternooners? I almost said noodles, like after noodles. I'm like, I need noodles for dinner, I think. I got some udon noodles in the fridge. I might need to eat those for dinner. There's a goat going all over the place that it's not supposed to be. All right, I need to figure out where I'm gonna put some bedrooms. I'm thinking I might channel this down over here and put bedrooms in this back wall. You know, like maybe like dig like in like this. And then maybe down one more layer from here and put them down in there like a pit mine kind of thing. I don't know, Space Pants. I'll say this. If you tune in and say hi, let's keep the conversation moving, you know? Like, if you think the stream's ending, I fucked up, clearly, so let's at least keep the chat moving. I think we can do that. So not so really democratic? No, they were democratic for the people that mattered. Please don't take me too literally. I'm being sarcastic. To them. That's not... If conversation is throwing beer at somebody's head, for no apparent reason, then that's not the best conversation. Sounds pretty modern. You know, we're having fun, guys. We're all having fun here. If you want to, like... What's this? Oh, Jesus Christ. I ain't gonna go through that. I got enough Dwarf Fortress Wiki to stare at. Morning, Samo dear. How was Dwarfs today? I don't know. Apparently stream's over. No, how's Dwarves today? Fine. No complaints. It's a little warm in here. I don't feel great, but powering through. And trying to keep chat moving, trying to not be boring. I'm having a good time, but, you know, I can't tell if chat is, because chat got sleepy because it's like, what, 3 p.m., which is one of the 2 sleepy o'clocks for chat. So it's like around noon is a sleepy o'clock, and around 3 to 4-ish is a sleepy o'clock. It's like before the Aussies and the people who watch from Japan wake up. Hi, a bit sleepy. I'm blind. What's up, Fulgur? Somebody's gonna be like, I'm an Aussie. I just wake up early. And I'll be like, yeah. Got some local indie comics in the mall. What'd you pick up? I'm not gonna know what they are, but I will read the names of them. So we're doing this Spartan.
The monthly tribute is here. My wares are plentiful as my hatred for Twitch. We'll be back on YT the moment this is through. LMAO.
I'm gonna be blunt with you. I don't support hatred of either platform. So, thanks, I guess. But the content that you like wouldn't exist without Twitch. So, I think that that's a bit of a daft thing to say, personally. Take care of yourself, Space Pants. It's important. I just have a mild head cold. So it's like enough to make me cranky, slightly. Also, if you hate Twitch, why are you paying for Amazon Prime? Like, if you have hatred for Twitch and its parent company, like, why unsubscribe from Prime? Instead of just, like, being mean. Like, what'd I do? It's noon here in Hawaii? Wow, that's lovely. I wonder how many people are watching from Hawaii. Honestly, I thought it was going to be way worse because the first night I was back, I had a fever. But I will take a mild head cold. That's pretty good. Getting off easy. Listing on Australian eBay for your grandmother's ceramic pieces. This grandma's been gone for 20 years. Oh, damn. Wait, like ceramic pieces she made? Or like a similar set that she owned? Oh, that's cool. Should almost reach out. just like reach out to the seller and be like, hey, just wanted to let you know this is neat. That's like kind of wholesome. Crafty grandma. Also should probably go gather some more plants. Three things. This small creator would rather not have the $1.49-ish that I end up getting than having to listen to hear your protest about how much you hate the platform. If you hate the platform, delete your account. Put your money where your mouth is. Watch on Twitch. Don't watch on Twitch if you hate the platform. I don't need to hear it. That's my response to your protest. If you vehemently hate this platform, don't use it. And I don't need to know, because it doesn't make my life better. It's not improving the platform. It's not making anything more pleasant or nicer. It just kind of sucks. I don't know what you want from me or what you're expecting in reaction, but this platform has given me a lot of things and is what provides the entertainment for you. I'm doing both. Vivid Nights. I'm doing both. I just felt like being kind of fancy about the starting temple, because the starting temple is the god of murder, and this is the first time this has happened in like a very long time. 10 members of this religion already exist within the fortress, and every single dwarf in the fortress worships the same god. So I'm very, very keen to care for dwarves that worship this god. Reminds you of the outline of a spider. You know, actually, you're not wrong. That'd be kind of cool to build like some spider legs down here out of like roads or something. No, my boredom ended the last fort. Literally, I ended the last fort because I was bored. I just didn't want to play it anymore. There wasn't anything like dramatic or fancy. I just retired it. If you hate the platform, don't use it. But this is a platform that I make the majority of my living on. So I don't want you discouraging people from using it. And I don't appreciate your protests. And I think that if you're going to use the platform that you hate, then you don't hate it. If you hate it, delete your account. I'm also not a small creator, but that's a different subject. Far from it, even. Dwarf equivalent of Lolith? I'm not entirely sure what that is. A lot of your forts in that way. Gotta get them dwarves to murdering. The thing is, like, I'm too good at, like, keeping forts, like, pretty stable. So, like, the worst thing that can happen to me in a fort is it just ends up being uninteresting to play. Right? And so if a fort just becomes uninteresting, I just stop playing it. Okay, how many do I have that aren't named? I have 3 that aren't named, so you can select one of those 3. 6. Okay, sure. Yeah, that makes sense why that name would be familiar, Syllabic. This is what they said, Space Pants. Of the cruel and cord chief deity of the Drow. Sure. Are we building a fighting arena? We're building a, like, 300 Spartans themed fortress. So it's a falling splat pit. I don't know how effective it'll be, but we'll have to figure out how to make it effective. It's okay, I'm a Dwarf Fortress nerd. We're all allowed to be a nerd. Like, I could go around naming tape deck manufacturers and, like, what quality of decks they used in what years, but, you know, we're all nerds about certain things. That or just, like, kill them and throw the bodies in the pit. I don't know, we'll figure it out. I might not even end up throwing them into that pit in particular, in that spot, but... Bronze weapons, then. If you type an exclamation point goal or exclamation point challenge, it'll give you a link to the wiki with the rough rules that I'm following. Aside from that, I'm not going to war with my own faction, which the original rules more or less state that you should. That's just a giant snake, it's fine. It's less dangerous than a helmet snake, which are more common. Firebolt. How would you kick someone down the pit? Probably with drawbridges or trapdoors. It'll be like, because one of the requirements of the pit is I need to throw things. 6. I'm literally waiting for you to tell me what dwarf you want. Fucking pick one. I'm just staring at it going like, it's been almost 5 minutes, man. Would you like Dobar, almost, or mouthful? Is it a mouthful for you? So a cat got your tongue? Pick one, or I'm gonna pick one. Or I'll make chat pick one. Helmet snakes have a deadly venom. One bite from a helmet snake will kill. Worm Delilah in YouTube chat asks if helmet snakes are dangerous. 72. Accurate. Correct. I can't disagree. All right. We're getting Dobar. Oops. 6. Is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He is quite ambitious, and he is shirtless, as all the Spartans are, and he is given to flights of fancy. He can handle stress, and he is often nervous. He can sometimes act without deliberation and tends to avoid crowds. When he's nervous, he tends to chew on his cheek, and he has a very distinct laugh and welt in his cheek from the chewing. And he has a very distinct laugh when he's excited. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. He dreams of skill mastery and doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife. Values hard work, considers craft dwarfship to be relatively worthless. Okay, and likes diorite, copper, and chrysoprase, and crystal glass, as well as woolly rhino wool. It's hard to say for some reason. And rope reed paper, and the color saffron, maces, yaks for their shaggy hairs, as well as the sable dance. The sight of the sable dance, and when plausible, prefers to consume tomatillo wine and chestnuts, and absolutely hates cave spiders. Lastly, you have several friends, no family. And your name is Blaze Mirrored, and you're a militia dwarf, but you were briefly a militia captain. I think it said tomatillo wine, didn't it? Tomatillo wine, which is like a tomato, but not a tomato. It's a tomatillo. I like a tomatillo. I'm not gonna lie. Not being able to specialize people on a specific skill is driving me nuts because I tend to have one or two specific minor-only minors. So one of the limitations with this rule is all male dwarves must be shirtless at all times. Although you are allowed to let them wear togas, but because I don't have access to togas, they're shirtless at all times. So what I'm doing is putting them in a squad where they strip all their clothes off and then forbidding the shirts. So far, it's worked pretty good, actually. He enjoys a Bloody Mary? I guess so. Can togas be achieved? There was a DF hack command that allegedly should add togas as makeable, but they're not. So it didn't work. But no, there's no way to earn other types of clothing to make. You either have them or you don't. And this faction doesn't have them. And I didn't want to go through every single faction to see if they had them. Besides, I think that that them just being shirtless is truer to the film that we are mimicking. And also the fact that, like, I don't know, I don't actually care that much. Has to be modded in at World Gen. Well, there is a, like, chat was telling me that there's a DF hack command that lets you add stuff in mid-game, which I tried and it didn't work, so. Yeah, I mean, like, I would assume that you would have to... I don't think you have to do it at a World Gen level. But anyway, yes, you would have to mod it in, is the only way I know how to do it. Get some fabric dyed red and make cloaks? Nah. Maybe for lady dwarves, but certainly not for the male dwarves, because I can either keep them shirtless relatively easily, or I have to strip them constantly, which is maybe more work. So I'm going to keep them shirtless, get them a little bit scarred, and then just not worry about it. That's what I'm going to do. That's my plan. Besides, it's pretty hot where they are, or where, like, the Spartans were. So, I was shirtless kind of a lot last weekend because it was 40 degrees out. Whereas where I live, it's maybe 22 today, 23, but relatively high humidity. It's like 70% humidity or something. So, but I'm totally fine not shirtless. But only if they add tattooing. Isn't there a mod for tattooing? I think there might be. Don't quote me on that, though. Although I could also just make a dyer shop and see what's available. What do I need? I clicked that too quickly. I require a bucket. A bucket. Outpost liaison from my home faction. Missed him. From Koga Asol has arrived. And so has a caravan from the mountain homes. The dragon behind them are elephants that they're going to use for trading. Heareth they cometh. Engraving on the body? Well, like, you can add images to clothing. So I feel like it shouldn't be impossible to add other things to clothing, right? Try aiming if you missed them. I will. Thank you for the tip. Just gonna sell some of these short swords, because why not? They wanted shields, is what they actually wanted. I kind of don't want to give them shields. So instead we'll just do... Oh, also, actually I should pause. Leave the game paused. And then just do an unforbid everything real quick. And then go to you and go... all of the shirts. All of the additional shirts. And they meet with the liaison from the mountain homes, and they say there's much to share. Information's been added to the civilization and world info, and I'm going to request. What animals do they have available? Let's just request Kesserite. They want large gems and tanned hides. Okay. Can't tan hide from this. Tattoo mod exists? That's what I thought. I saw a picture of, I saw a mod flying around on the workshop that replaces all the sprites for cats with a picture of a fat, like, loaf cat called Chud Cats, which made me laugh pretty hard when I saw that. Just wanted to say that out loud. I have a population of 15 kobolds. Oh no, that was oh, did they just show up as part of a migrant wave? Too late. 6. I have, like, no options, but, like, for whatever it's worth, basically everybody's ending up in the military. You are currently in the military, but this is what you got. So, the TLDR on your dwarf is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. He's quite ambitious and isn't given to flights of fancy. He can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and can handle stress and often feels nervous and sometimes can act without deliberation and tends to avoid crowds. Dreams of mastering skills and likes copper and chrysoprase and has several friends and worships the god of murder. So welcome to the fort. Congratulations. I do not have a broker. Well, that's suboptimal. Ranger Rick is now my broker. Hopefully he doesn't get broken. You're literally twins too? Oh, that's great. What, like age-wise or something? Currently you're out here, you know, picking up all of this stuff. Being shirtless. Gathering rice plants, amongst other things. Alfalfa, olive leaves. Let's see what we have for plants, actually. It's not going to be great, but it's something. We got one lettuce plant. Okay, we got potatoes, plump helmets, fisher berries, blade weed. Those are made into silver dye, right? Peppers aren't ready yet, but there are pepper plants. All right, so let's get you over here to trade. Not bad values. Gonna grab you, grab some coal. And I have a cat, and an alpaca. I'll buy and butcher the alpaca in the tin cage, and I'll melt the alpaca tin cage. Bronze spear, I'll take that. Got olive bark dye, which is all green. Buy some leather. Cucumbers, squashes, anvils. We'll totally grab another anvil. Those expensive books. The Art of the Economy. The Economy and More. The Pursuit of Rainfall. The Economy and More. The Pursuit of Rainfall. The Pursuit of Rainfall. So many copies of The Pursuit of Rainfall. All right, rock and roll. Cage. Let's melt down that. Butcher the alpaca. Do that. And melt a metal object. And you can stop trading. Must really like rain? Why? I've seen some dwarves that were annoyed after bad weather. They also don't like sleeping outside, but, you know, I'm still making them do it. Dwarves don't have to like stuff to tolerate it. Like, they're putting up with it, but I don't think I wouldn't describe it as they like it so far. It's a very surprised alpaca who just had their cage melted from around them. Don't dwarves hate the rain? Yes, technically, but their dislike of the rain was nerfed pretty considerably kind of a while ago when version 47.05 released. So, like, there's, like, you'll see pretty common memes about how, oh, dwarves despise the rain or fortress will fall if two raindrops fall. It's like, yeah, in 2019 through 2022. Not quite anymore, or not since 2019 so much. And kind of even less now. They don't like it. They'll be resentful if they get caught in the rain, or they'll be annoyed after they get caught in the rain. But, like, if you think of something that annoys you mildly, would you describe that as hating it? Because I don't know, it's kind of a strong word. It, like, doesn't... I've played many mostly above ground forts where it rains a lot, and dwarves are fine. So technically yes, but also kind of not really. I would say strong annoyance slash dislike. You know, they dislike the rain. But also, to be fair, I like the rain on a good day, but on a bad day, I dislike the rain. We're in an ad break, so. The reason that the dwarves do get will sometimes get trauma from rain is, like, if you're in a map where it's raining like 24/7, which can happen in the really wet areas, you need to remember how time works in Dwarf Fortress, right? About 30 seconds is a day. So if you send a dwarf out to go farm, or like tend to animals, or do a bunch of jobs outside, and they're out there for like 6 to 10 days, if you were in torrential downpour for 10 days with cloth shoes, I'd be willing to bet multiple Canadian loonies that you would be traumatized and or hate your life. I don't even think it would take that long. Genuinely, I have to say, you know, I think you're fine. Your feet would also be rotten. Yes, that! So, I feel like Zimmedir, if you're actually having problems with dwarves, like, this is my serious response. If you actually are having problems with dwarves hating the rain, you've probably got other problems that are bigger that are really upsetting them. And the rain is just kind of like, you know, the straw that broke the camel's back kind of saying. It's like it's a that situation, you know? It's a straw that broke the camel's back kind of thing. Where like, yes, they don't like it, but like, they'll generally be okay-ish. Assuming there isn't like a mountain of other things that are like ruining their lives. I don't think the Spartans were British. Trench foot is crazy? Correct. Also, later on, how are you doing? Good morning, I think, for you. So I was thinking about you kind of a bit this past weekend, later on, because the festival I went to this past weekend has a very culturally significant attachment to gnomes. And one of the things that you have to bring, well, you don't have to, but they say you have to, so people do, is a garden gnome. And then you have to go to Gnomeheim, which is in one section of the campground where everybody camps, which is right next to where the level 10 wizard hangs out. Different story. And then you take the garden gnome that you brought with you and you leave it there. And if you didn't bring one, then you can go to the activity area where the vendors, some of the vendors are, and you can paint a gnome. Because they just have little 3D printed ones. So I might need to order a metal-themed gnome from you for next year. We're a year in advance. Also, I painted a gnome, and so I had this dude. So I didn't paint this one. I left the one that I painted and took this one. And I just want to say shoutouts to the guy who left or to the person who left a pile of, like, acid tabs in front of the gnomes. Which is just very funny to me. It wouldn't be a metal festival without just piles of drugs in front of the gnomes. There's also joints and other sacrifices to the gnome gods. Various other drugs. For a flying visit? Well, you were here for a bit, Fulgur. It's good to have you, dude. It's a pretty cool little tower, considering I just kind of winged it together. Somebody's saying that this looks like a spider. I really want to do, like, leg, and then, like, just do 8 legs coming out of this. And then maybe build little huts around the edge of it or something. I'm just looking at this and thinking, like, how could I really make that look like a spider? You got your account back on social media after it was randomly removed for a spell? Wait, what'd you lose? Stone? What happened? Like on Twitch or somewhere else? Well, it's not all obsidian. There's some clay. It's peat. But it's definitely not all obsidian. I mean, there's magnetite. These upper levels certainly are. Like if I look at the overworld, we are right here. So there's kind of a lot of volcanoes in the area, so. What's the plan for this fort? Exclamation point goal! TLDR, we're playing a playstyle challenge. This is Sparta. We've set the population cap to 300. At least half your population must be active in the military. Crossbows and traps are forbidden. Only spears and swords and wrestling helmets and shields may be equipped and used to fight, although we've said everything except for breastplates, just because the game has changed since 2014 when this was written. Bonus if all weapons and armor are made from bronze. Civilian dwarves must have all labors enabled. We've done that to the best of our abilities. If ever activated, cannot use quality weapons or armor. I'm confused. And maimed dwarves incapable of being fully healed. This includes spinal injuries. In military dwarves get killed. Methods of dropping liaisons down pits. Yelling, "This is Sparta" at your monitor. At your monitor is mandatory. Demanding goods from all caravans is important, although I'm not doing that from my own faction because once again the game has changed. Recreation is forbidden, so all we're doing is worshiping the god of murder. And although parties following combat is acceptable. And building city walls is considered weak and cowardly. And under no circumstances is a male dwarf to ever wear a shirt. And because we don't have togas, none of my male dwarves are wearing shirts. As you can see, no shirt. Shirtless. When in doubt, tits out. Although the lady dwarves are wearing shirts because, you know, nobody needs to see that. Hobo, you're being summoned. Can togas be requested from merchants? Sure, but then I can't make them, and that'll be a pain in the ass to manage. So I'm kind of just leaning all or nothing.
This is madness! Madness. This is stoned hobo. This is hobo. This is hobo.
Yeet. Yeah. And because we started in the middle of summer, it screwed up the first two migrant waves, so we're going to be on very low pop for a while. Good news, it is giving me more time to get bedrooms and housing and stuff made. I wonder. There we go. Okay, so I can't see this from the upper levels, so what I could do... 7. So that could kind of be how I do this. Is that like spidery enough to you? Ancient Greece is good. I'm glad you like it. I laughed pretty hard when I thought about it. So I could dig these as trenches, which is what they're currently set up as. But like, I could also just like not. I could dig these as trenches, but I could also build them as floors and then dig around them. Hopefully this isn't too spider realistic that it gives people the heebie-jeebies. I apologize in advance. I feel like I screwed this up in its placement. So I'm not allowed to use traps, Partito. So I don't think I can. This is the most try-hardy fort design, in my opinion, I've made in a while. I cannot actually tell you the last time. Oh, that's 10. This one's 9. Oh no, it is 10. Never mind. That's right. I could not tell you the last time I actually built something like this. What, like lava Venice? I mean, maybe. Water would be easier. I mean, this is going to be housing, so I don't know how safe that'd be. So, rabbit fighting with a Kia. Who's winning, though? The Kia misses the rabbit. Well, let's just send the squads on a lap so that they can go kill this Kias, if possible. You've heard of the Kia boys. What about the Kia dwarfs? Why is there a copper bolt there? Put that there. So, I don't have many free dwarves because we named a bunch of dwarves silly things like Granitus. Also, we got the queen super stupidly early. I got Amost and I got Mafful. Who do you want? Those are the two options. Lava is a web from its ass. It's kind of the wrong color, but we could work with that, maybe. Almost. It's almost an ideal dwarf. You've killed nothing, so you're a pathetic waste of dwarven military spear holding, and you should probably kill something soon so that we don't, I don't know, scold you. You would flee even the most necessary battle to avoid any form of physical confrontations. You're going to get along great here. And works to square his natural tendency with his respect to martial prowess. He has a strong sense of duty, well, that's good, and is open to changing his mind. He likes to keep things practical, without delving too deeply into the abstract. He does not go out of his way to help others, and he has an active sense of humor. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future, and occasionally can overindulge. He is slow to trust others and prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. And he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He needs alcohol to get through the working day he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and is a hardened individual. And he dreams of creating a great work of art, and nobody's slept in a bed yet, and it's been over a year. And he holds the view that commerce is a vile obscenity, and greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors. And likes cryolite, nickel, and white chalcedony, as well as oviraptor tooth. And thrones, toy axes, mules for their unsettling origin. That's funny. Sorry, no, mules, not mules for their stubbornness and disasters of night for their unsettling origin. I misread that, and I'm very upset. The sound of the brand of gold, when possible, prefers to consume rampho. How the fuck? So am I. Why is that? What's wrong, Sebe?
Ramphorincus. Ramphorincus.
Ramphorincus? The fuck?
Ramphorincus. Ramphorincus.
Okay. Anyways, where was I? Right, yeah, dwarves. He prefers to consume Ramphorincus, Lampbrook, Brook Lamprey, not Lampbrook Ray, what? And carambola wine and purple amaranth flower, and absolutely hates flies. You worship the god of murder, as does everybody, and you're a member of the Ruthless Coven, which I don't think is the one that I made it. Yeah, oh no, that is the one that I made a temple for. There's also another one. I'm actually going to have a god of murder rejects temple out here, which can be a new temple to just the god of murder, which is going to live outside. Just because not everybody worships that one religion, which is unfortunate, but can't win them all. Are they off center? Well, it's almost like I did one side and then the other. How are they off center? What? 10. 10. I mean, I can't believe that you can't believe this. I mean, those are not off center. What? I'm confused. But yeah, these two are like slightly further forward, but that's fine. What's wrong with that? I mean, they're lined up. Spiders aren't perfectly symmetrical like that, though. At least this one isn't. Also, Elfie Bean probably has a big enough pile of tarantulas that she could probably go check for you if you want. But no, I like, as far as like symmetry goes, like this is 100% more symmetrical than most things that I make. So, I mean, like currently there isn't a tile marked right here, but that's about it. I could move this one like one back that way and that one up one, but does it need it? There. How's that? I can't believe it's not butter. It's going to cost me 2 more bricks. You owe me 2 bricks, Cupcakes Killer. It's only going to take about 90 seconds to make them, though, so you better get over to the kiln real quick. Because we're going to need those bricks stat to get this project done in a reasonable amount of time. It's better the Spider-Man theme than a worse theme. Like, you could do worse than the Spider-Man theme. I think I should make all of these ramps up and down, though. I am actually a little bit amazed by how happy these dwarves are, though. Like, I'm kind of shocked. Oh, yay! Guess what just happened, chat? More nerds. And even more nerds. And even more nerds. I'm just going to make a new squadrino. Make a ladies wrestling squad. Who gave you the right to have fishing? Gosh darn it. Except for you, you're not a ladies. Get out. You can join that squad. Although, actually, I need to make a separate male boy, like new to the fortress dude squad, so that I can take all their shirts off. It's very important. It's necessary, even. It's part of the ritual of building the fortress. Also, I need to make a manager's office, because otherwise my manager's going to stop working in a second. So a new militia commander. It's going to be the Naked Squad. And it's going to be you. You. I think it's just those two. Yuppers. And you're gonna go stand right there. And now that I've told them to go stand here, I'm gonna go to armor, which is right here, and I'm just gonna forbid all of the armor, which is probably largely actually just in the traders leaving the map, but that's fine. Because I think they're all still on the map. No, they're not. Well, anyways, once you're complete arriving there, you can now go off duty and be reassigned to a real squad. You and where's the other one? You. Got to hop, good luck. Just don't hit your head. It's a low ceiling. I mean, it's a dwarven fortress and all that. I like how YouTube chat are just like giving me tips on how to make sure that I'm going, like, that I haven't screwed up somewhere, so like I'm still gonna get more migrants. So it's like, if your lack of migrants persists, check your civilization and your pop cap. It's like, the population is set to 300. You don't have to believe me, but it is set to 300. And my civilization is fine. Although I am aware that the goblins took over one of the mountain homes recently, but I've stated multiple times as to why we're not getting migrants or why we weren't getting migrants, and it was expected. So I don't need to check things because we're good. We're very much good. Speaking of very much good, we made it 7 hours of stream today. I'm getting my endurance back slowly. They're giving you tips, actually? Oh. Well, awkward. Although, here's a tip I'll give you. If you aren't getting migrants, hover your mouse over where your civilization is and see if it's accessible. If an area is inaccessible from your location, they might not actually be able to get to you. So, like, if they're on an island, as an example. You know what the worst place for a 4-man to be is? On a golf course. There they call him a look up man. But I'm glad chat's helping you out, Psycho. The last trader you had was ecstatic with the trade deal. I do have a question though. When was the last trader you had, Psycho? And how far in is your fortress? In regards to not getting migrants. And also, is it the first fortress you've done in that world? Because sometimes it can take like up to 2 years to start consistently getting migrants depending on what's going on in the fort and the world. So if there's weird stuff going on, maybe double check the, like, you know, status of the time that has passed is what I would focus on. Because sometimes you just need to give it a little bit before migrants get warmed up, even though it might look like you should be getting some immediately. Sometimes it takes a while. Sometimes it happens really quickly. It highly depends on how close they are. I don't think so, Tibe. But actually, let me look. No. There are no changers for, like, migration in there. At least not that I saw with a very quick skim. I mean, right now I'm building just a whole hole. I was going to do spikes. But maybe magma. Magma probably will be pretty close once we get a little further down. Magnetite. I'm literally looking for tin and copper, and yet I'm finding magnetite. It's kind of annoying, actually. You had 1 migrant in the first year. If the trader doesn't make it off the map, then nothing counts as trading. And if they don't make it off the map with all their items, all those items are deducted from the value that you export. So you could actually have like negative value exported if the trader died. So I will say that, like, make sure they don't die on the way out. Regardless of if they're ecstatic with the trading, they need to make it home. Oh, certainly. But, like, this map has all those materials on it, so I'm not worried about it. Vivid Nights. Also, thanks, Whale Man. Glad you like the videos. We're in an ad break. I will pause the game until ad's done. Chat, what's the coolest kind of bean? Because I say cool beans, chat says cool beans. What's the coolest kind of bean? Because there's so many different kinds of beans. I like a green bean. A kidney bean is pretty good cool. Pinto beans are pretty good. I agree. Celebrim. Frozen lima beans? Oh, true. I guess you could make like a bean paste ice cream or something. Navy beans in the YouTube chat? Likes a navy bean? Jelly beans. Those are a bit too sweet. Bit too sweet to be chill, you know? What about jumping beans? Did anybody else get jumping beans as a kid? Jim Beam. Isn't Jim Beam with an M? Not an N. Black-eyed beans. Those are peas, my guy. If we're counting peas, then snap peas win. Sugar snaps win. I love me a sugar snap. Isn't that magnets? How did they work, Captain Radiator? You know the cutest toe beans? Jumping spiders, right? Jumping spiders have the cutest toe beans. Okay, so there's just like bolts everywhere. because the traders kept shooting bolts down. So those bolts that they fire, I'm getting charged for. But I'll melt them down. Edamame is pretty good, actually, yeah. I've frozen edamame beans, and I've basically been using them in everything. Put them in my smoothies, I put them in dinners, I put them in rice, put them in stir fries. I haven't put them in bread yet. Maybe I should do that. Sup, gamer, what is that? It's a temple to the god of murder. What does it look like? Well, somebody said that it looked like a spider body, so I figured I'd commit. I love the, like, mild offense. It's like, what is that? I don't know. Why, do you have a sudden impulse to kill it with fire? You want to murder it? Well, it is the god of murder, so it also wants you to murder. Maybe not it, but it is the god of murder, so. I am nailed the murder church. It's a spider, you know? Checks out. Like, it was either that or a cat. Those are the two things I could think of that murder indiscriminately. It's either that or just, like, a picture of a human face. Chickpeas are garbanzo beans, yeah. Which are also very confusingly named. Let's do it like that for right now. And then over here, making more charcoal. I never realized how evil goats look in the goat portrait. Like llamas, fine. Elephants, chill. Sheep, kind of sus. Goat? Motherfucker's plotting your death. That's concerning. What religion are you a member of? So you're the Ruthless Coven. That's also the Ruthless Coven. Their eyes are something else. It's true. How did I get the name Blind? It started off as self-deprecating humor because I'm visually impaired, and then it just kind of stuck. Hanks with Franks in YouTube chat. Over the long term, it's just, you know, my right eye don't work, my left eye barely works, and so it just stuck. As we mine out the first few bedrooms. Oh, and I should note, we're $6 above the daily minimum, so thanks, folks. Thanks for helping. We're also only 6 subscribers away from 1,000 again, which means we'll probably hit that. That'd be cool. Mark, thank you very much for checking out a gift. Now we're like slightly less away. +1 indeed. Numerous. Now, I really don't. Let's just use avocado. Just go plump down a few of these. You remembered me since the time that I made the tutorial vids? Neat. It's really interesting when I end up talking to people in real life about like what I do for a living. And then the question always comes up of like, wait, so what's your username? And then followed by like just this funny realization of like, oh, I've seen like a not small number of your videos before. Or like at the very least seen them recommended. Because like, I realize I just went on a trip, so like it's the thing that I keep referencing, but like, while I was at the festival this past weekend, there was 2 different instances of people asking me what I do because I was just chatting with them. And then me saying what I do, followed by, wait, what's your username? Or like, what game do you play? Followed by like, wait, actually. I thought your voice was familiar. So. I guess like, you know, when you've had like, what is it? Almost 30 million views on the main channel. Like, odds are pretty good that somebody that you're talking to randomly has at least seen a thumbnail recommended. Good evening, Quamir. Oh. Let's say do that monthly. I was wondering why they weren't making clay bricks. It's because they were out of clay. And they only do that seasonally. So I'll queue that up monthly. And down in here, where all these bedrooms are going, Gem Jalopy, the blacksmith, has been possessed with our first strange mood of the new fort. Exciting times, indeed. Exciting times are upon us! Best push them off, they're heavy. All right, manager, expedition leaders, you, I don't know, you, and you. And then here, I'm actually just gonna make this into an office. This can be given to the manager. And the bookkeeper can be given to, sure, this naked fisher dwarf. What else do you want desperately? Apparently picks. Great. I'm actually just gonna say smelt magnetite. We'll just say 2. We'll just do that seasonally. And iron pick. 3. seasonally. Shouldn't I stick to bronze? So multiple people in chat and also from a brief Wikipedia glance has informed me that they did in fact have access to iron weapons. They just used bronze for armor. And last I checked, picks are not generally used as weapons by default. So I'm going to stick to the thing that I know that I'm going to have more of, so I can consistently make it into the thing, because I'm not prioritizing it for another thing. Does that make sense? It's not that I don't allow fishermen in principle. It's just I don't need them. Like, they produce way too much fish. So I will be, like, using fishermen probably, because why not? But not until I have a larger population that I can dedicate to it. Because, like, I'm already swimming in food and drink, and I'm not even farming. Like, right now, this is literally just from gathering. Like, I've got so much random crap. Like, I do not need shells and shit on top of it. It's just too much, man. It's just too much. Jam Jalopy has made a artifact, and it's the first artifact of the fortress, and it is a bronze bucket. Glorious. Dude, the last fortress, I didn't do any farming for the entirety of the fort. We just did gathering, and I had 170 dwarves and plenty of food and drink. And meals. Tunotun, the blacksmith, has created Okahashpur, a bronze bucket, and claims it as a family heirloom. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for our first successful artifact of the fort? This is a bronze bucket. All craftsmanship is, of course, of high quality, and it is studded with bronze and encircled with bands of yak leather. If what dwarf ended in lava? What do you mean? Why would a dwarf end in lava?
99 beers on the wall now. Crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer.
I want to figure out where that aquifer is. Apparently it's 99 bottles of beer on the wall now, chat. Did you know that? So it's time to post 99 bottles of beer on the wall. I'm going to do this. I'm going to go here. I'm going to go labor, standing orders, other. Don't worry about damn stone. Dig through it. Like a champ. Oops, that's the wrong tool. That's better. And there they go. Your dwarf was backwards, so you bought a Ford? Oh, I see. Yeah, I get it. You put the beer first. Sorry, I only have pints. Yeah, there you go. It's time for some exploratory chiseling. That's what I was looking for. Well, that's pretty. So down in here we've got sulfurite, right? The riffrafferite. Where's the aquifer? Oh, all the way down there. Jesus. Okay. Forbid all of the other materials of that type is generally the way to do it. Never mind, actually, I screwed this up. Because this is kind of a problem here. So instead, I will go to... Because there is a bunch... You know what? Okay. Actually, why don't I go back up to where we dug to, which is right about here. Dig. To right about here. What are you asking? To make super heavy maces, for example, like, is there a way when a dwarf crafts an artifact to force it? Yeah, so like, if they've picked up an item, it's too late. That's the first thing that you need to know. If they've already picked it up and it's in their inventory, like in the workshop, then you can't stop them. Also, this dwarf is probably going to be okay with being shirtless because they're zany. Although you were embarrassed upon wearing no shirt. Never mind. But so wearing no shirt has changed this dwarf's personality. What do you know? He became more zany. This is the best outcome, chat. This is the best outcome. This dwarf is amused remembering having no shirt and became more zany, which means he's gonna be like, oops, pantsed ya. Fuck yeah. Shoutouts to Beard Adonis. Rock and roll. Yeah, no, so basically, once it's in their workshop, it's too late. But if a metalsmith, as an example, goes to make an artifact, before they claim the workshop, pause the game, go to stocks and type in bars, and then be like, I just want them to use that particular bronze bar. And you forbid everything but that one bronze bar, and they'll use that bronze bar. But once they've picked it up, if you forbid an item, they will, like, murder themselves and everybody around them. Or just, like, starve themselves to death, or, like, just go insane. So, yeah, that's the way that works. Hopefully that's helpful. So I'm not allowed to smooth walls for beautification, but I am allowed to smooth walls for fortification. This is what I want to see. There's so much pink down here. It's not going to be very ancient Roman-y, but it'll work. Or of zinc. Don't know what I can use zinc for, so. Although isn't there a way to glaze stuff with zinc? I think you can. Pink was kind of red. Pink is probably red if, like, you look at it after getting punched in the head a couple times. And your forehead's bleeding. Or you could be like the guy from Wreck-It Ralph who goes, it's not pink, it's salmon. Trust me, it's salmon. Definitely not pink. Zinc is for brass. You like brass? Ooh, yeah. Good for instruments. I do like how much microcline is down in here, though. It's a very nice, colorful shift from the previous. Once they've claimed the workshop and picked up the first bar that they're going to use, is once it's too late, in regards to just somebody in YouTube chat is clarifying, saying after they start actively creating the artifact. After they've claimed the workshop, it's too late to forbid stuff, basically. So you have to intuit what they're going for based on vibes right away. There are some brass instruments that quite literally just look like a trombone as far as the sprite goes. I'm not allowed to make furniture out of stuff like that, but I guess I could probably make barrels or pots. What else do you need to make brass? Aside from zinc. There's got to be zinc in something, right? A lieutenant is visiting. Excuse me. Well, aren't you a funny individual? There's something really funny about a very tiny birdman with a silver maul. Like, that probably weighs more than he does, and he's flying. That's some impressive shoulder strength. Coming from the little burb. Like some actually impressive shoulder strength. Smallest burb, biggest hammer. The baby bird bonk is what they call it. I'm sure. This is a very colorful map. We've got schist, we've got quartzite, and we've got microcline. And all this zinc. It's crazy. How's it going? There's a bird person lieutenant on my map that's got a giant hammer, which is kind of funny. DB Explorer. We started a new fort because I was bored of the old one, and the challenge is Spartan. So if you type an exclamation point goal, you'll see the wiki link as to exactly what we're doing. Although I am modifying a little bit just so that it's like doable in the modern game without just like bricking your playthrough. That's what I was looking for. So I heard two things. You've discovered a magma pool and the Great Magma Sea. Ooh. It's kind of almost in the center of the map. Wait, how far down is that, actually? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Anyone else getting ideas? It's not that far. Like, look, that's 10 wide. Like, I could go, like... I kind of rage quit Manor Lords the last time I played it, and usually if I rage quit a game, I don't play it for a while. Until, like, they specifically fix the thing that made me rage quit. So I don't currently have any plans to play Manor Lords. Makeshift volcano? Well, this is Sparta, so I need to make a murder drop hole. What happened? I ended up having a raid that would appear literally in the middle of my city. With, like... And then the nearest autosave was minutes before it happened. Like, not even minutes, like seconds before it happened. So I had no time to prepare and no feasible way to actually defend myself, and I just said, fuck this shit. And I haven't played the game since. I'm trying to think when that was. So it was actually, hold on, I could tell you. Give me a sec. That was... That was in January. So pretty recent in the memory. And I think I put like 8 hours into that save file. So yeah, no, I was kind of pissed off. I don't have any plans to play that game anytime soon. It's a very, very, very good tech demo for what will probably be a really awesome game in like 4 or 5 years. But right now it is just what it is. It's a game that is unfinished, that made enough money during its early development to like pay for indefinite development and then some, which is fantastic. But does unfortunately mean that, you know, it's an unfinished thing, so. Okay, how many more beds do I need? Quite a few. There's an ad break that's about to start, chat, so when those ads start, I will pause the game. I might designate some bedrooms, but that's probably about it, so you won't miss much. So no worries. The Odyssey series? You're gonna need to be more specific, Volkov. So probably not. I was only born in 94, so... Does anybody know what Volkov is talking about? Well, these are Viking-themed dwarves, not Vikings. These are Spartan-themed dwarves, not Spartans. Remember this, YouTube. So if you're like, Spartans would never... And... Not only are these are like somebody explained the concept of Spartans to a bunch of dwarves, and they're like, we can do that. Except it's like the only facts that they have to explain what a Spartan is from the movie 300. The Odyssey 1997 miniseries. Nope. Nope. I have not seen this. I was thinking of the Odyssey series from like the radio play, actually, which is probably around the same time, but was like about a dude whose last name is Odyssey, who owns like a machine that like is basically a holodeck. That's what I remember. I have zero I've never seen this before in my life, so no. Xena Warrior Princess? I might make this into a staircase going up. We're over here making clay bricks and collecting clay. Making charcoal. I can make brass. Can do stuff with aluminum. Let's make some brass. They did a Hercules crossover? Yeah, I don't know. I mentioned this yesterday, but I'm not super well versed on like 90s television at all because I didn't have TV growing up, so I know of a lot of stuff. I haven't seen a ton of stuff. But, you know, I don't super care. Unless it's stuff that, like, either my parents liked or I went out of my way to see. So the stuff that I've seen was all, like, you know, I went out of my way to watch Star Trek because I was one of those kids. So, like, I've seen all of Next Generation. I've seen all of the original series, unfortunately. The first season's pretty good. Everything else is like, eh. Why did I do that to myself? You've seen every series except the latest stuff? So not every series? I've seen every series that I care about watching. Is generally a pretty good way to put it. I've never seen Lower Decks. I've seen the original series. I've seen Next Generation. I've seen most of Deep Space Nine. I've seen chunks of Voyager. And I watched the first season of Discovery. Not Discovery. Enterprise, not Discovery. I watched the first episode of Discovery. And that's all I've seen. Well, I've also seen a bunch of the movies, but... Why are you assuming I haven't seen Deep Space Nine, Suprab? And I don't think it's better than Next Generation. I think Next Generation is a better show. I think that Deep Space Nine is a great show if you've seen Next Generation. If you just watch it in a vacuum, I don't think it's as good. I think that Next Generation is better in a vacuum, whereas Deep Space Nine is better, is easier to enjoy as a sequel series to Next Gen. But like in a vacuum, if you're only going to watch one, Next Generation's the better show. Favorite captain? Picard. Duh. I don't do animated series. I mean, we discussed this yesterday, but like, I don't know. I have very little nostalgia for a lot of cartoons and stuff, so I just kind of don't bother. That's because DS9 went in with all of the experience of the writing from Next Generation. Next Generation had like a senile, crazy old man who was horny for everybody. Writing on that first season. Like Gene Roddenberry was still writing for Star Trek, which he shouldn't have been. So that show didn't get good until like the third season. So it takes much longer for Next Gen to get going. And also Next Gen was like before TV consistently had a through line, right? It was more like Monster of the Week, so they would film episodes out of order back then. Picard disappointed you? But the TV show? I expected it to disappoint me, so that's why I haven't seen it. Although, there's something about the Picard show. So I haven't seen it, right? Where I kind of refuse to watch it based on something that's extremely petty and probably very silly. I watched the first trailer for it and you see Picard talking on TV. There is a line where they got in Next Generation, which is pretty early on, where they state that they got rid of television like 400 years ago. So, like, how do you have... Anyway. What's with the area with the stairs? It's going directly down to lava. Because it's pretty close. And it won't take too long to dig, so might as well do some nonsense. And the population's still pretty low, so I can do stuff like this pretty easily. It's like you can't state that, like, you know, TV doesn't exist and then have your main character talking on TV. Like, that's just, no. Just no. Does whatever a spider fort does. This whole, well, the valleys of this world are pretty low in general. Like, the deepest level is layer minus 19. The tallest level is plus 70, so... That tends to happen the way I generate worlds, because I tend to generate worlds with higher amounts of erosion, which tends to lead to a lower top map and a shallower bottom, which is fine. It's better for frame rate and time, but it doesn't always lead to the most epic build-outs. Something is spooking my sheep because they're way further over than they should be. I get this squad training for a little bit. Which is 3 dwarves. Never mind, you're too busy, like, praying to go train. Let's do bronze shields. Which I think I have enough to make 2. I don't know. It's the god of murder. And I'm building stuff and somebody was like, that looks like a spider body. And I was like, all right, I'll give it legs. Besides, I think it's like abstract-y enough that it's not gonna give anybody in chat the heebie-jeebies, and if it does, I'm sorry, okay? Gosh. I also think I'm gonna dig out the bottom part and make another room down here with like the center section walled off. That's kind of what I'm thinking. But right now they're all just working on stairs. The murder god gives me the heebie-jeebies. The spider doesn't. 6 legs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, it works as a scarab. I see what you're saying. I thought you were trying to tell me that I only made 6 legs. I was like, what happened? Kobolds can't count. Kobold be like, perfect. See? Like, I speak Kobold flawlessly. Does whatever a spider fort does. Well, the dwarves do whatever the dwarves do in the spider fort. I don't know how much agency the spider fort has. is still feeding on that cicada. I mean, those are big ass spiders, dude. I saw that picture. That was a cool picture. The actual kind of amazing part is the lava tube is kind of directly below where the wagon started. It's like the dwarves knew. It's like they knew. It's a good thing that you got here now. Not too long ago we had like one unnamed dwarf. Dealer's choice, all right? You're currently training with your obsidian sword. Town Theater, the shirtless Lanix stands greatly. He finds helping others emotionally rewarding, though he wishes this were not the case because he considers altruism foolish. He lives a fast-paced life and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He is often nervous and he doesn't mind a little stubborn. He tends to be a little. He doesn't mind a little stubborn. What? He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He's often nervous, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about the future. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he's bothered by this since he values friendship. He is very humble, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He is often nervous, and he has a habit of chewing on his cheek. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting masterwork someday, and personally sees artwork as boring and doesn't care, and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish. He likes alunite, sterling silver, gold opal, clear glass, giant porcupine, peregrine falcon, not porcupine, giant porcupine falcon? What's a porcupine falcon? Anyway, giant peregrine falcon, leather, yes. Maces, fairies for their lacy wings and the sight of the cyclopean glosses, and when possible prefers to consume rainbow trout, carambola wine, Miohippus milk, and longland flour, and absolutely hates moons of the snail. He has narrow ears which are splayed out and teeth which are crowded. He worships the god of murder and is a member of the murder religion, as is everybody. Hey, look. A hamster in the murder religion temple. He lives here. We call him Phil. How do you combat your feelings to try to make your dwarves happy with general community's ideas and that dying is fun? Dying is fun if you control it. How do you combat your feelings of making dwarves happy? Are you happy? I realize that's like a very serious personal question, but are you happy? I'm sure you have some conflicted feelings in your head somewhere. Most of us do. That's what makes them believable characters. It's not possible to make every dwarf happy all of the time. Period. Every single dwarf in this fort was pretty happy recently, up until very recently. And now for some reason, this dwarf's upset. I'm not sure why. Clearly he wants to acquire an item. I might just make some loincloths. But like, it is impossible to keep every dwarf happy all the time, forever. Which can be frustrating, but is just the reality of the game. Yeah, you could just, like, cast the great spell of Expelliarmus. Is there a name that rhymes with Amus? Hi, Fraga. How are you? How dare you try to out-dad joke me? I will not stand for this. Instead, I shall remain sitting. Oh, God! I have to do the thing. An elven caravan has arrived. Overall, trade sentiments are cautious. Honestly, wise. So, how many of you have checked the rules? Rhymes with hummus? Bummus. Plumbus. Yes, sure. Murder time? No. Confiscating of valuables. time. I don't actually have a setup to throw any kind of diplomats or anything into the lava just yet, but also they brought a tame Kia. I don't need no Kia. This is a threat to my people. I am offended by your suggestion that you think I might want a Kia in my fortress. So one of the rules for this challenge is, well, actually there's two rules that are relevant here. The first one is devise methods of dropping liaisons down pits during meetings and yell, "This is Sparta," at your monitor. Preferably the elven diplomat when he tries to set your tree limit. And demand goods be turned over from caravans. Which means I have to steal their stuff. Yeah. So once they're done unloading... Oh. Ranger Rick gets to do the honors. Let's see. I'm not going to take all their stuff because honestly I don't want it. But I will take a bunch of it. I'll take the Kia and we'll eat it. Might as well take the fire clay. I don't really want the sandals because I can't actually make those. I'll take the socks. Take the gloves. Fruits and veggies, loincloth. Crutches and splints. Trousers. The melanite and talc pedestals.
Crypt beer.
And the grown wood crown. I'm gonna seize it. Take what you wish. I can't stop you, they say. I always feel kind of bad when you see that. There's just something about I can't stop you that just makes me feel bad. And there we go. We're the baddies, kids. 9 kilograms of talc. Cyrlac, thanks for the 64 months. Appreciate you. I made a joke in my last video that 64 is the Nintendo number, and then somebody was like, "Man, I've always thought of that as the Minecraft number," and then I felt old. So, happy Minecraft number. Has 32 children out of 63 citizens. You can change your settings of how many kids are allowed to migrate to your fortress at a time. Psycho. Although they're very useful haulers. I would actually remove your adults from hauling and just let the kids do it. The max stack size for most items. Yep. Aren't chunks also 64 by 64? There's a few things that are like locked to 64 in Minecraft. You definitely need to work on your magma and water channeling. It's pretty fun once you get it to work. And it always looks super cool. You got your first Nintendo Entertainment System when the N64 came out? It's like me buying a PS3 the day the PS4 came out. Because it was very cheap. And on sale. And I wanted a Blu-ray player. I think the head is slightly off center though. Yeah, it kind of seems like it. Is it? No, it's not. It's fine. Cause Smash Bros. I mean, hey, you know, if you enjoy Smash Bros., who am I to tell you that your favorite game is not a fighting game? It's a lovely party game for kids. I don't know why I'm throwing shade at Smash Brothers. I actually kind of like Smash Brothers, but as long as you're not playing Smash Brothers like a meanie, which is, well, items off of Final Destination? Whatever that map is called. The boring flat one. As long as you're playing it with items on like a normal person. Final Destination only is crazy. Items off, you monster. That's actually a funny one, Hope. I'm going to steal that. For tiny pedestals spread on the map with skeletons of enemies displayed. I mean, I need enemies to attack me first. Although if they attack me right now, I will just die. People picking up loincloths, acquiring things. You always ask friends if they want to come over and smash. Hey, you know, live your life. Whatever lifestyle suits you and your friends and family best. Rock and roll. You know? Some people think that Mario Party is an acceptable pastime for them and their friends. Other people are reasonable human beings. Let's put these on monthly orders for the minute. Is Pop high enough to get attacked? Probably not. Were creatures, yes, which would be horrible. So, knock on wood. Well, we're almost done the spoder body. Yeah, that's actually maybe a fairer question. Actually, here's an actual question. Do people know Star Fox more from Star Fox or from Smash Brothers at this point? Nobody saw that movie. Or rather, sorry, nobody above the age of 20 willingly saw that movie. They went to it because their kids wanted to. You know him from the original game? You're 4 years older than me? I played the original game. I played the original Star Fox. I played Star Fox 2 and Star Fox 64. I also played Star Fox Assault. It was okay. And I didn't play whatever the Dino World one was, which was supposed to be a different game called Dino World, I think. Although I only played Assault because a friend owned it and we just passed the controller back and forth. It was okay. Star Fox Adventures was not supposed to be Star Fox, yeah. It was just supposed to be a 3D platformer thing, I think. I don't know. The hardest laugh I've had at silly drama that doesn't really matter as of late was the whole, like, that's not my Star Fox when they changed the look of Star Fox for that recent remaster. That was genuinely the hardest I've laughed at, like, internet drama over a thing in a minute. It's been a while since I've gotten some genuine Schadenfreude out of the internet, and that was a pretty healthy dose. Adventures gets a Adventures gets a pass because you get fan art. Is that why? I remember watching that same friend play Adventures and, like, say, you know, it's actually pretty good. If you forget that it's a Star Fox game, it's not bad. To which I have to say, probably. All right. Chat room, I'm getting another migrant wave. We've hit the 8-hour mark. I have a headache, and I need to eat some lunch. I haven't actually eaten lunch yet. It's 5 o'clock here, and I need to strip these dwarves naked. But I think now is probably a pretty good time for me to call it. I mean, realistically, look at this. We built a big spouter. Awesome. Just on its face. I mean, who doesn't love a big spider? Come on. Who doesn't? I think it looks pretty dope. And then down here, I've got this earthenware pillar that's going to go all the way down into here and drop all of this rock stuff into this, which we can finish tomorrow. So we'll have a hole with lava in it, which will be cool and very fitting. Maybe I'll drop more down. I don't know. We'll see. And I need to flatten down the front of this, make it look nicer. We just pissed off the elves, or got that ball rolling. And my Spartan fortress is beginning to take shape. Yeah. So I think I'm going to call it here. I was planning on going a little bit later today, but this whatever this mild sickness post-festival is like annoying enough that it's making working difficult. It doesn't help that it's warm here, but it's the only stream that gets you on Twitch. Well, happy to help. But to anybody watching on the YouTube stream will be live same time tomorrow. You'll know where to find me. I will not be streaming this weekend because as of this week, I now officially work for KitFox and have more things to do on my plate that are not YouTube or Twitch related. So that's going to be a thing until October. So there won't be any streams this weekend, so tune in tomorrow if you can. Otherwise, I'll see you when I see you. Take care, YouTubes.